now observe more silence. Maybe.
Hey, hello.
Another working premier. Protect the poor. I think can we assist with the mic? This one.
That's
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Acting Speaker. Noting that on the 25th of November 2023, South Africa launched its 16 Days of Activism for No Violence Against Women and Children campaign. The shocking crime statistics for the second quarter of July to September 2023 depicts a grim picture of the lived realities of women and children in our province. The South African Police Services reported that 1,655 cases of rape were opened across the province just during this short period. To put this into perspective, we had an average of 70 cases opened every day in the Eastern Cape between July and September this year. When we look at hotspots, Siki and Pata featured in the top 5 police stations for rape in the country, with Mount Frere and Mbizana also in top 30 stations nationwide. The Democratic Alliance has been advocating for many years through the legislature and for the mobilization of resources to help the fight against race violence. Over the years, we have had much lips to this crisis, but when you look at cold, hard facts, we are losing this war. This is the last 60 days of activism that we will have in our 6th term, and it's the last opportunity that this House can take to really stand up against this. We need to send a clarion call to our police service to intensify their efforts by ensuring the following: the availability of rape kits at police stations as one of the methods of evidence collection, to ensure that rapists are
We are still within the global 16 days of activism against face-to-face violence, the international movement to call for an end to violence against women and children. Further, note that this campaign will run until the 10th of December. However, note that change in lives of women is very low, noting that approximately 62% of the population are women, recognizing that women continue to face the challenges of poverty and various forms of abuse within the society, acknowledging that a significant portion of women are not yet integrated in the economic mainstream, including limited access to the economic opportunities, noting the progress in ensuring active participation of women in decision-making structures within the society and government with strides towards achieving the 50-50 parity, recognizing a collaborative efforts of government and civil society in campaigning against women abuse. Therefore, resolve that despite the advancement in women's development, there is concerning slow pace in appointing women to managerial positions within government departments and worse in the private sector. Therefore, to resolve that the Women's Caucus Standing Committee in the Eastern Cape Legislature collaborate closely with the Office of the Premier to expedite the full affirmation of women in our province. That the Women's Caucus should actively facilitate programs designed to oversight and direct the well-being and development of women. These programs should encompass various interventions, starting with the prevention system, followed by care and healing, and ultimately focusing on the economic emancipation and the participation of women. I so move, Honorable Chair of Committee.
Thank you. Honorable Fihlani. I put the motion, members. Thank you. The Honorable Fihlani again.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Makakuwanjwa phambi no speak, Mama. Honorable Chair, it is in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes connectivity and tools of trade in the work of MPLs have become so integral in their work, that in this modern day, connectivity is not just convenience and accessibility in the daily life, but it's an application that has also to be lived with. The application of technology improved communication and connectivity, that it has increased efficiency and competency of MPLs. Therefore, recognize that the disconnection disrupts the core functions of the legislature. It is expected that each and everyone must do their part of the legislature to excel on its work. As such, we resolve that there must be a consequence management for those who dropped the ball, which led to the total black disconnectivity of MPL's phone and gadget yesterday. Legislature officials and MPLs must recognize the centrality of connectivity on the work of the MPLs. That a comprehensive report must be prepared and processed by the relevant committees as to why, for more than once in the legislature, that the MPLs are experiencing that connectivity cuts and soft locking of their gadget. I so move, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Fihlani. I put, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable Anil Kumar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs and the House at large. Greetings from African National Congress. Honorable Chair of Chair, I rise to move without notice in terms of 130 of the Standing Rules of Procedure. This House acknowledges that the currency manipulation narrative started in 2015 when the country's Competition Commission claimed that banks including JP Morgan, BNB, Bank of America and Investec colluded to rig the value of the rand against the dollar. Subsequently, the Competition Commission opened its investigation into allegations of rand manipulation and collusion by a sizable concert of local and multinational banks. The Competition Commission estimates that close to 1 trillion was transacted daily in the unlawful currency trading. In 2017, Citibank of South Africa admitted that they did price fixing, and the currency manipulation paid an administrative penalty of Rand 69 million. Barclays Bank asked for leniency. We further note that Standard & Chartered, a UK-based multinational bank operating in South Africa, was agreed to pay 42 million on the administrative penalty in mid-November 2023. The bank was found guilty of currency manipulation in 2019. Several traders who aided each other during 2007 to 2013 in the management of risk rather than taking regular trading patterns on the market were at the center of the bank's misconduct. The power of currency manipulation has the potential to damage the economies like economy like South African economy, reduce the quality of our life of the people, economies in danger for failing into junk. The large-scale currency manipulation that took place in South Africa has caused South Africans to lose money. In essence, the possibility of collusion within a market of this nature has serious impact. Chair of Chairs, Honorable Chair of Chairs, ultimately, the employees of South Africa would bear the burden of this exchange rate manipulation by SA international banks through retrenchments, their reduced wages, and exporting companies will be subject to a dire situation. Therefore, this House to resolve, authorized institutions are exposed to implement internal safeguards that ensure that their delays do not engage, as it turned out, to prevent rogue units in embarking a mission deliberately interfere with the natural fluctuation of the open market. In order to address the time delay and strict implementation of consequences arising from dollar and manipulation by local and international banks, necessary steps should be taken by relevant authorities. A comprehensive plan to be developed to protect our financial and economic institutions from capturing the greedy economic actors. The banking sector must thoroughly investigate for each and every act of misconduct they have been involved since 2008. Fast track the cases of the remaining banks that participated in the corrupt scheme that was designed to profit from the suffering of our people. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we further resolve a prosecution must be pursued against the people involved, along with confiscation of their assets. Steps must be taken to strengthen South African Reserve Bank's ability to oversight and enforcement role in the banking sector. I thank you.
I put the motion. Thank you. Honorable Mbonyana.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes the following: that we recognize the significance of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, which is observed on the 3rd of December annually. That we note that it is a day to promote the rights, well-being and inclusion of persons with disabilities worldwide. That we acknowledge the challenges faced by individuals living with disabilities, including social, economic and cultural barriers, and the importance of addressing these challenges to ensure their full and equal participation in the society. That emphasizes the principles outlined in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which promotes respect for the inherent dignity, autonomy, and rights of persons with disabilities. Therefore, I move, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs and honorable members, that this House recognizes and supports the International Day of Persons with Disabilities as an opportunity to promote awareness, understanding, and acceptance of the rights and contributions of the persons with disabilities. We commit to advance the rights of persons with disabilities by promoting inclusive policies, accessibility, and equal opportunity in all spheres of society, including education, employment, healthcare, and public services. That we encourage public and private initiatives to create accessible environments that foster a culture of inclusivity that celebrates the diversity and the talents of persons with disabilities. that we call for increased collaboration among government agencies, civil society organizations, and stakeholders to address the challenges faced by the persons with disabilities and to implement measures that ensure their full participation and inclusion in the society. That we affirm its commitment to raising awareness and advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities beyond the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, striving for ongoing progress and inclusivity. I so move.
I put the motion, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable Kereku.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, I move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House observe that 9% of all teenage deaths are as a result of teenage suicide, according to the statistics released by the South African Depression and Anxiety Group in 2022. Acknowledge that suicide among teenagers is caused by a plethora of issues, including bullying and general depression caused by social factors such as poverty. Note that the South African society has not given this pandemic the necessary attention it deserves. Also note that the families affected aren't eager to disclose the reasons behind their children's demise. Acknowledge that inasmuch as it takes a village to raise a child, it will take the same to combat the prevalent teenage suicide. Further acknowledges that it is the duty of individuals suffering high levels of depression to report their cases to relevant bodies or their closest family members or confidante. Recognize that it is also the responsibility of families affected to attend to or report any traces of depression in their children. Encourage the government and the NGO in this field to roll out awareness campaigns, particularly to our secondary school learners. Urge social workers to be alive and to sign all traces of depression in our teenage and the necessary support or advice. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I so move.
I put the motion, honorable members. Thank you. Honorable Makashara.
Thanks, Acting Speaker. Greetings to you and the House at large. Acting Speaker, I move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes on December 5, 2013, 10 years ago, Dr. Nelson Mandela departed from the land of the living. Affirm that we will forever cherish, celebrate, and try very hard to emulate deeds of this great revolutionary. Commit that individually and collectively we will take action and inspire change as part of paying tribute to Dr. Nelson Mandela. Uphold Mandela's legacy of ensuring that all humans are provided equal opportunities to a better life. Confirm that Mandela legacy bears testimony of personal and collective triumph under what appeared at times to be insurmountable conditions. Be inspired that he exhibited that people of different denominations and persuasions can work together for common good and that justice transcends all self-created prejudices. Be not surprised that a lawyer, a prisoner, a guerrilla freedom fighter ultimately was embraced by all and even inside our country. Even those who were and who are still fundamentally opposed to the ANC and who fought tooth and nail to keep South Africa a racist pariah state, now claim President Nelson Mandela as their own. Such is the power of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, a unique and great statesman who is able to win over even his enemies. Therefore resolved that we will forever be grateful for relentless struggles and courage of Dr. Nelson Mandela. And we must commit in his name to do every effort towards ensuring that fortunes of this province turn towards ensuring that we defeat poverty and unemployment, bury patriarchy, and eliminate women abuse. I so move.
I put the motion, honorable members. Thank you very much. We then move to the member statement, honorable members. Can I call upon Dr. Kututse?
Thank you, Honourable Acting Chair. Speaker. On the 31st of May, the Auditor General released her audit report for the 2023 financial year, looking into local and district municipalities within the province, and the picture it paints should concern this House. In particular, that of the Makana local municipality, which received its 4th disclaimer audit opinion in a row. One of the key disturbing findings that the AGs uncovered in the Makana municipality is that it achieved only 33% of its basic service delivery objectives. The municipality also only spent 1.5% of its budget against the 8% benchmark of National Treasury on the maintenance and repair of critical infrastructure. Another glaring finding made by the AG was that the municipality is unable to produce credible financial statements. Shockingly, after the use of financial consultants, the question that remains to be answered is that what are the officials employed within the Budget and Treasury Office doing if they are not doing the work that they should be doing? The provincial government cannot sit back and watch this municipality collapse in front of our very eyes. Section 139(5) administration was already implemented in 2019. It is now 4 years later, and this municipality has still failed to implement their financial recovery plan. MEC for Kokta, it is now the time to be bold and implement Section 139(5)(b), which allows provincial government to dissolve this municipal council and appoint an administrator until a new municipal council has been declared elected. Exceptional circumstances exist to provide for provincial government to intervene in that way. They've already been placed under administration. It didn't work. They cannot even get to a stage to implement the financial recovery plan. Kokta and the Eastern Cape must give credence now to its constitutional mandate. Let's not leave it up to National Treasury again to intervene like they had to intervene in Enoch Mkujima, because surely that will be the next thing that happens, and then again it will look like the province did not fulfill its constitutional mandate to intervene. We are left with one option, and that is to dissolve. The people of this province are suffering. The people of Makana are suffering. Let's be proactive in cleaning up the Eastern Cape. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Matrashal.
Thank you once again, Acting Speaker. The African National Congress in the Eastern Cape is deeply saddened by the news and senseless killing of 2 initiates from the Busakwe family, including the Ikankata, as they were brutally murdered at an initiation school at Mwazi location in Namakwa. There is absolutely no excuse to justify such a horrific act, and no disagreement must ever be resolved with a barrel of a gun. We strongly condemn this brutal act and urges the law enforcement agencies to do everything possible to bring those heartless criminals responsible to book. We mourn with the bereaved families during this difficult time in their lives and speedy recovery to the injured initiate. At the same vein, we pass our condolences to the families who have lost initiates in every part of the province. Initiation is a noble African custom that represents a rite of passage into adulthood that should be characterized by celebrations, not sorrow. As such, we impress on the ANC-led government to implement the customary Initiation Act of 2021, which became effective on the 1st of September 2021 to the latter, mindful that this piece of legislation on its own cannot be a panacea to all the challenges engulfing the custom of male initiation. We recognize that the legislation does not take away but affirms the authority of custodians of the custom. The traditional leaders working with communities, families and communities must be vigilant and take full responsibility for passage to manhood for their children. No initiate should die or be injured. Acknowledge the work done by the Department of Kokta, House of Traditional Leaders and all other social partners to ensure that circumcision is performed in a manner that does not undermine our culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. I will hand over to Acting Premier, Honorable Mvoko, for the response.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, greetings to the honorable members of this House. And on the Makana matter, I think it is correct to say that as the provincial government, we have not been silent on the matter. If you would remember, Honorable Yatet, sorry, Chief Whip, we have not been silent as the provincial government on this matter. If you would remember, when it started, there was even a court case on this matter, and the executive said and took decisions on how to deal with the matter. One of the most critical things is that when you deal with these municipalities, you have to follow steps and be very clinical in dealing with them.
Honorable Acting Premier, I think if you can try to raise your voice or come closer to the mic. They can't hear you at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. As I was saying, you've got to follow steps. You've got to be clinical in dealing with this. No provincial government would want to be embarrassed in a court of law challenged by municipalities. We have seen many municipalities going to the court of law challenging steps done by the provincial government and winning. So that's why we agreed that we'll follow steps in dealing with this matter, as the honourable members also indicated. That's why we had an intervention. With regards to the outcomes as outlined, currently the municipality itself has taken a decision to act against the municipal manager and the CFO, and that it has put in writing when looking at that for consequence management. So, Honourable Chair of Chairs, I want to say that the provincial government is looking at the matter of Makana with keen interest, and is the Department of COCTA together with Treasury are acting on the matter. On the matter raised by the second matter raised, I think, Honourable Chair of Chairs, we can note the matter as raised by the Honourable Member. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honourable Acting Premier. We have now come to the question paper, and we have 48 questions for oral reply in IQP 46, published on the 24th of November 2023. Honourable members, in the last plenary, the Honourable Deputy Speaker stated that it has been almost a full session, meaning 1 year, where the question paper was dealt with mostly from the front. An opportunity to all those departments appearing at the back of the question paper should be given for MECs to also respond in the House. Today we will start the question paper from the back, meaning we'll start from 48, from question 48, which is a question from Honourable Sondaba, directed to MEC for Transport. Honourable Ngata.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair. Greetings to you, to office bearers, and the Honourable Acting Premier, Honourable MECs, and Honourable members, and HODs, and distinguished guests. The response is that the department is owing operators for all November 2023 invoices to the value of 136 million, which are due to be paid in the month of December 2023. This is also an amount of 17 million for accruals for the previous months. And the 17 million are payables and invoices for the period of November. Can I just proceed, Honorable Chair Padu? Only compliant invoices are paid on time from the date of receipt. Where there are rejections, these invoices are brought back to the operator for correction. This is then delays payment, as the department will only facilitate payment when invoices are received. These accruals were based on the projections made in the month of October 2023, but there were no invoices received by the end of November. And the finalization of the new tender is still underway, as the old contract expires at the end of December, and the contracting for the terms has not been finalized. As per the developed project plan, contracting will be finalized by December, and preparations for the opening of schools in January. The contracting has not been finalized and is estimated to be completed by end of December, as we prepare for the opening of schools in January. The contracting has not been finalized, is estimated to be completed by that time, that is end December. The discussion regarding the provisioning of adequate budget for transportation of needy learners are still ongoing with the Provincial Executive and Provincial Treasurer. Meanwhile, the department has only allocated 725 million for the next financial year. We've already reprioritized about 70 million to cover some of the costs. Can I stop there? That's the question, Chair.
Honorable Sondaba? Are you covered? Thank you very much. Question 47, again, Honorable Sondaba to Honorable MEC Transport, Honorable Ngat.
Why? The response on, I think I read the wrong response then. The road was bladed this financial year in July 2023 and will be bladed again in February 2024. Recovering was done in the prior years, but the road is now due for a new layer of gravel wearing costs. The bridge has been assessed and costed. However, available budget allocated to the local, the LMA for this current financial year can only attend T66, which is a similar issue. The structure has been prioritized for the next financial year. And the budget for the road has not yet been confirmed, as prioritization is finalized by a municipality looking at all pressure areas within, and requested budget is 18 million for recovering and 1.8 for the structure in the road. The district received a total of 35 million for the current financial year, and any additional work will depend on the progress of other prioritized projects. And the structure will be attended in the next financial year, and the road will be patched gravel due to the budget constraints, and prioritization has not yet been confirmed by the municipality. However, cost of the road has been finalized by the department. I think just for noting, Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I think I read the wrong response in the first one. this issue of starting this side. Now I started this side. Yeah.
Sorry. Honorable Sandal. Covered. Thank you very much.
He was covered anyway. Thanks. Honorable Member.
We are then going to skip question 46 and question 45 of Honorable Temaza because he is not here in the House. Can we go to question 44? Honorable Van Bruggen Note, who is represented by Dr. Knutse, to MEC of Transport, Honorable Ngata. Question 44.
The department uses road asset management systems, RAMs, to prioritize the roads for implementation. The current RAMs was last updated or assessed in 2018 due to protracted litigation. However, the beneficiaries also have a say on which roads are to be implemented, as they are the ones to use those roads. The department therefore consults municipalities to get their priorities, and their priority list is blended with the technical assessment conducted by the departmental technicians. We have provided the list. We provide the detailed list, which I want both the House to read, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Except to say that it is the intention of the department to implement all the roads as listed above, and implementation is also subject to budget availability, and others get implemented when there are capital projects that are moving slow. The list of already implemented projects will be verified with the district and submitted to the legislature prior to the December shutdown. And the total budget spent to date is 560 million of the original budget of 977 million has been spent to date. This includes all projects undertaken by maintenance, routine and periodic maintenance. The department depends on its allocated budget to maintain and reduce current backlog. However, there are projects that get designed so that they can be implemented should there be additional or ad hoc funds made available. That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Knutse. Covered. Can we then go to 43? Again, Honorable Van Bruggen Note, to Honorable Ngata. Honorable Van Bruggen Note, represented by Dr. Knutse. Question 42, Honorable Ngata.
Yeah, that's that I was referring to. The response, Honorable Chair, is that the department is owing operators for the November invoices of 136 million, which are due to be paid by the end of December. There's also a 17 million for accruals for the previous months, and the 17 million are payables or invoices for the period prior to December 2023. The only compliant invoices are paid on time from the date of receipt. Where there are rejections, these invoices are brought back to operator for corrections. The finalization of the new tender is still underway as the old contract expires at the end of December 2023, and contracting of the new terms have not been finalized. The contracting has not been finalized and is estimated to be completed by the 22nd of December or before the end of December, as we prepare for the opening of schools in January. The discussion regarding the provision of adequate budget for transportation of needy learners are still ongoing with the provincial executive and the provincial treasurer. Meanwhile, the department has only allocated 725 million for the next financial year. For the current shortfall, we have already reprioritized 70 million to cover some of these costs. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Knutse, thank you very much. Question 42, Honorable Kaya to Honorable MSc of Sports and Recreation, Art and Culture. Honorable Consul.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The response to question number 1 is that the department has initiated an oral history project on the life and legacy of Nkosi Ujongo Msobomvu Maqoma within the broader context of profiling and promoting the Eastern Cape Wars of Resistance that were fought in this province between Amaxhosa warriors and British colonialist forces between the years 1779 and 1879, he was simply a greatest general in the 19th century wars of resistance. Nkosi Ujongo Msobomvu Maqoma represents the longest and most sustained military and political record of personal involvement, commitment, and heroism in Africa, resistance to colonial advance, in defense of African land, autonomy, and independence. Having fought in 3 wars, which is 1835, 1847, and 1852-53 of the 9 frontier wars against dispossession, Nkosi Ujongo Msobomvu Maqoma became the most renowned traditional leader of the wars of resistance and arguably one of Africa's greatest military leaders of the 19th century. Ilima Heritage Institute, that includes Dr. Klass, as one of its directors, has been tasked by the department to conduct a comprehensive research on the subject matter. The second response to the second question, can I take all of them, Chair? Honorable. Oh,
42, you have 1, 2, 3. You must
Yes.
respond to all 3.
thank you. The second response, the response on the second question is that this is the start of the larger scale project. Excuse me, that will happen over the period of MTEF, cover all 9 wars of resistance that were fought in the province for 100 years. A documentary on Nkosi Ujongo Msobomvu Maqoma has been produced by Ilima Heritage Institutes to commemorate 150 years since the iconic leader passed on in Robben Island in September 1873. The documentary was played during the memorial lecture of the life and legacy of Nkosi Ujongo Msobomvu Maqoma at Mngasha Great Place on the 19th of September 2023. The documentary will form part of the upgraded exhibition on the wars of resistance that is currently underdeveloped and shall be showcased at the Albany Museum in February 2024. An amount of 500,000 has been allocated to the project, of which 200 for the oral history and 300,000 for the exhibition. On the last one, the response is there is indeed a role of unemployed graduates in this exercise, as they are the ones who transcribe interviews that have been conducted by the senior academics, process them, and produce finished products. They will also be utilized during the development of the exhibition as supporting crew to the technical staff. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Gaya, covered. Okay, we go to question 41 from Honorable Malamlela to Honorable MEC Social Development, Honorable Fanda.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. In response to question 41, sub-question 1, the office
Can you come closer to the mic or let roving mic be please?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. In response to question 41, sub-question 1, the offices were closed because of the prohibition by Department of Labor due to non-compliance and itching, coughing, and business of employees. A service provider has been sourced to conduct an indoor quality survey with the BCM offices from the 30th. Oh, okay. Umuntu waseKwelekhana bethu. Thank you, Chief Whip. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. In response to question 41, sub-question 1, the prohibition of Department of Labor due to non-compliance and itching, coughing, and dizziness of employees. That's why our offices were closed. A service provider has been sourced to conduct an indoor quality survey to the BCM offices from the 30th of October 2023 to November 1st, 2023. The report is expected by mid-December 2023. On receipt of the indoor quality survey report, the department will implement its recommendation with the aim to have the offices ultimately opened. Sub-question 2, the district office, in some district offices, some officials that have not been affected by itching continue to work from office. Staff that is affected work remotely, visit the office from time to time to assess tools of trade, attend to clients in reception area, make use of NPO buildings around the CBD, and sometimes use the local service offices that have no problems. The contact numbers of the staff have been placed with security staff to contact them when there is a need. They have got 6 local offices. Office staff work remotely but visit the office from time to time. The contact numbers in these 6 offices of staff has been placed with security. Clients, in some clients where the need arises, they use NPO offices and they visit the NPO offices most of the time. Home visits are conducted for cases referred and clients who contacted the officials. Staff also use SASSA offices, NPO offices, magistrate offices, court offices when available. It means that umsebenzi noba zivalwe office awumanga ikhona indawo ezi-identifyileyo zoba i-officials zisebenza. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Malamlel. Thank you very much. Can we then go to question 4? You can sit, and switch off the mic. Can we then go to question 40 from Honorable Ndamase to MEC Social Development? Honorable Ndamase is represented by Honorable Fihlane. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Question 40, sub-question 1. Risk assessment factors will be enhanced and lessons from previous tenders will be integrated in the specification due to diligence and the service level agreement to mitigate potential delivery failures. The requirements of development and submission of the procurement plans and sitting of the bid committees in the year before implementation will be compliant with as required to eliminate or reduce of poor non-delivery. Sub-question 2, risk assessment factors will be enhanced and lessons from previous tenders will be integrated into the specification, due diligence and the service level agreement to mitigate potential delivery failures. The requirements for the development and submission of procurement and setting the bid in the year before implementation will be compiled with as required to eliminate or reduce of poor or a non-delivery. Through the implementation project plans, the service provider performance will be closed, monitored, and provision of service level agreement strictly applied. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Fihlani. Okay. Question 39 from Honorable Ndamase, again to MEC of Social Development. Honorable Ndamase is represented by Honorable Fihlani.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Question 39, subsection 1. On state of provincial frail care centers, there are 2 frail centers, Ilorain and Alguaf Frail Care Center, which are under the Thank you, Chair of Chairs. On state of provincial frail care centers, there are two frail care centers, Lorraine and Algua Frail Care Centers, which are under the auspices of Eastern Cape Frail Care. The Algua Frail Care Center is no longer housing older persons, and currently 122 beneficiaries are serviced at Lorraine Frail Care Center. The department has advised the tender for frail care services as it under a lawful obligation to comply with High Court order issued in the matter between the Frail Care Crisis Collective versus the MEC for Social Development and the three others under the case number 4398/2016 before the Gqeberha High Court. The advert has since closed on the 20th of October 2023, and the process is with Bid Adjudication Committee. Please note that the current bid does not detract from development that have taken place within the provincial government as stated below. It is common cause that historical attempts have been made by Department to resolve the EC frail care crisis and to bring about an equitable distribution of frail care services to all citizens. These attempts are not yielding any positive results due to the lack of the coordinated strategy and approach amongst all provincial stakeholders. The Director General has been brought together, the Department of Social Development, Department of Health, Provincial Treasurer, and Office of the Premier to agree on a constructive and sustainable solution going forward. This has culminated in the signing of a memorandum of understanding by the heads of departments and weight the signature of Director General. The MOU sets out the duties, responsibilities, actions, timeframes of the respective departments, and more importantly, set out the commitment and intention to work together and resolve the EC frail care crisis on a long-term basis. Subsection 2, the OTP-led process intended to develop and implement a long-term solution to the matter of provincial frail care services. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Fihlane. Thank you very much. Can we then go to question 38 from Honorable Luana to Honorable MSc Social Development, Honorable Fanda?
Question who?
Question 38 from Honorable Luana.
Thank you. Question 38, subsection 1, compensation of employees. The department placed a moratorium on all recruitment, all COEs, payment of backlog for occupational specific dispensation to qualifying officials. This then resulted in delays in the finalization and implementation of the departmental AERP for 2022-2023 financial year. Goods and services. In February 2022, the Constitutional Court declared 2017 provincial procurement regulations invalid. The Minister of Finance then put all procurement above and the value of 30 in abeyance from 16 February 2022 until the end of May 2022. This resulted in a procurement being delayed as planning in Q4 of the 2021-22 for procurement could not be done and procurement could not be initiated at the beginning of Q1 of 2022-23. This was the main contributor to the underspending on this item. Subsection question 2, 2023-2024 ARP was developed and approved on time for adverts to go out from April 2023. Attrition posts are also advertised at least quarterly. The recruitment processes and expenditure are monitored monthly. The goods and services budget also is being closely monitored through the IYM process and through day-to-day monitoring and intervention where necessary. The following corrective measures were implemented by the Executive Authority. The Executive Authority has assessed the poor performance of the department over the financial years, concluded on putting in place mechanisms that will ensure that structural interventions are implemented aimed at improving departmental performance. In this regard, a rotation of SMS members was done in order to enhance departmental performance. This rotation saw the lateral movement of certain employees to different roles in order to enrich their skills and ability to work on different roles, thus enhancing departmental performance. The principles underpinned this stance include the following: support of the operational requirements of the department, improvement of performance of the department, consultation of the affected SMS members through free process, an extensive consultation with Chapter 9 institution as custodian of the law and the Constitution was done on the process to be followed. Reconfiguration was implemented as follows: the Chief Director responsible for Program 2 was seconded to Program 4. Chief Director responsible for Program 4 was seconded to Program 2. Chief Director Program 1 was seconded to the Office of HOD, and Chief Director responsible for Program 3. The Director responsible for Infrastructure was seconded to Youth Development, with the Director of Asset Management given responsibility to head Infrastructure Directorate as well. This rotation shall be for a minimum period of 12 months and reviewed thereof will be subject to the objectives thereof being met, as well improvements in department performance. Question 3, in addition to implementing the standard monitoring mechanism on expenditure, the department will ensure that all major procurement and payments happen before the end of the financial year closure payments. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Luana. Covered. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. You can sit. You can take a seat. Question 37 from Honorable Chameleon Benjamin to Honorable MEC of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. Honorable Benjamin is represented by Honorable Fihlane, and Honorable MEC Peters is represented by Honorable Kwenzo. Over to Honorable MEC Kwenzo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. On question 1 of 37, both Magwa and Majola Estate are operational with 406 hectares under production. These fields have been pruned, skiffed, tabled, and weed abrupted to ensure improved quality and yield. A total of 512 people are currently being employed at November 2023, with numbers expected to increase in January 2024 during harvesting. Factory processing machines and boiler machines have undergone 5 annual maintenance routine. We have maintained a 98% uptime at Magwa Estate and 85% at Majola Estate. Eskom continues to be the risk to operation. Load shedding increased the cost of doing business as working hours had been rescheduled, resulting in overtime. A delay in the commencement of the training program due to lack of suitability qualified facilitators. The department is partnering with Fort Cox to implement a graduate work readiness program wherein graduates will be trained as mentors, facilitators, moderators, assessors, and entrepreneurship in the incubation program to improve their economic opportunities. The department has developed a tardy exam hall construction recovery plan as a multi-year project 23-24 financial year. To address the delays in training, the department has established partnership with Fort Cox to support training programs. C of 37. The provincial government has actively pursued the establishment of veterinary schools at Forte in partnership with the University of Forte. To this end, the Premier has written to the Minister of Higher Education inquiring on the progress on awarding the vet school hosting rights, whilst the university has written to the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training inquiring on the outcomes of the project. To date, no response has been received. The construction of the Taddy Hall is at 68% completion, and the project will be concluded at the end of the financial year. That's all for 37.
Honorable Fihlane. Can we then go to 36? Again from Honorable Cameron Benjamin to Honorable MEC Peters, and Honorable Fihlane is representing Honorable Cameron Benjamin. Over to MEC.
For 36, these posts are not vacant, as the above mentioned executives are on suspension and undergoing DC processes. The second one is the posts are not vacant, as responded to above.
Honorable Fihlane.
Follow up. It's just on the quizzes in mhlambi because timelines akazazi when you still have processes. Because the members of the executives have undergoing processes of disciplinary, so that means the process will be concluded once those processes are complete. So it is only then that we'll know the timeline. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Fihlane. Thanks, MEC. Before we go to question 35, as we would always know that we get visitors in the house, we welcome all the visitors, but we have special people that have traveled all the way to visit us in the house. Daughters to the Chief Whip, Unamhla, Namhla Kaupakame, with a Pluto Namhla. Yes, Nagunamhla. Unamhla, she is waiting for a result as a matrix. I can hope upasile. And then no Butokas. Butokas, Pagama when I went to Umshunam, Pans. Thank you. She completed the second year with social science, EWUSU, Butokas. And with her dear. We welcome you, Amabel, and goes visitor. And we're hoping that whatever you have learned here or you have observed today, the Parliament is open to everybody and they can visit. Thank you very much for visiting us. And of you are welcome. Let's then go to Masba Kobela again. Thank you. Let's then go to question 35 from Dr. Bese to MEC Peters again. Is Dr. Bese in the house? Yes, thanks, Dr. Bese.
Thank you so much.
And over to MEC.
Shares. Reasons for under expenditures are as follows. 94 interns of the 120 cohort resigned to take up employment elsewhere. Unfortunately, these posts could not be filled as there was only 6 months left for the program. The delay in the commencement of the construction of the Tati exam hall the department this delay in the commencement of the training program due to lack of suitability of qualified facilitators. The department is partnering with the Fort Cox to implement a graduate work readiness program wherein graduates will be trained as mentors, facilitators, moderators, assessors, and entrepreneurship in the incubation program to improve their economic opportunities. The department has developed a 30 exam hall construction recovery plan as a multi-year project for 23-24 financial year. To address the delays in training, the department has established partnership with Fort Cox to support training programs. I suspect that is all for question 5. Oh, there's C and D. Sorry, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The provincial government has actively pursued the establishment of veterinary schools at Forte in partnership with the university. To this end, the Premier has written to the Minister of Education inquiring on the progress on awarding the vet school hosting rights, whilst the university has written to the Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training inquiring on the outcomes of the project. To date, no response has been received. The last one is the construction of the Taddy Hall is at 68% completion, and the project will be concluded by the end of this financial year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Pesa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm quite happy with the response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pesa. Can we then go to question 34, MEC, Dr. Pesa, to MEC Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. Okay.
Number one of the response to question 1 is that the department has supported Ngecha Macadamia Pty Limited with 3 million to assist with its operational costs. The department's support has enabled Ngecha Macadamia to maintain production on 180 hectares and safeguard 117 jobs. As part of the sustainability plan, the Ngecha Macadamia has developed a turnaround plan and is being closely monitored by the department to ensure the project doesn't relapse. And the last one is Ngecha Macadamia farm was assisted. 3 million was for the operational costs to maintain orchards and safeguards jobs. I thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. Pesa.
I'm quite happy, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Question 33, Honorable Pongo to Honorable MEC of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Question 33. The response is the occupied schools are managed by the Department of Education and Basic Education in our case as the province. As far as unoccupied schools, the department will be listing out the closed schools through an expression of interest which will go on re-advert by the end of December 2023. Meanwhile, the department is calling on third parties to declare any existing contracts on these properties in order to sign new contracts with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. As an attempt to safeguard these facilities, the department is considering short-term leases where there is an interest. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Pong. Can you switch off, Honorable Anissa?
Yes, Chair of Chairs, I'm happy.
Correct. Thank you very much. Question 32. Honorable Pong again to Honorable MEC, Public Works and Agriculture, Infrastructure.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure does not own or manage community libraries. These are under the care of the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, that is DISRAC. DISRAC only engages the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure as an implementing agent on areas of new construction, upgrades, and maintenance. As a result, budget for these is funded by the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Pong.
I'm covered, Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 31 is not just hold on. Is Honorable Fene? Is not answering. Can we then go to 30? Honorable Tuabu, to MEC of Human Settlement.
Thank you, Chair. The response to question 31, sub-question number 1 and 2, one project in Dlambe Local Municipality, Canton on Sea, 564, sub-eco village with 10 units. Sub-question number 2, project is still under construction stage. Bulk challenges on effectiveness of the innovative, sustainable building technologies will be determined once the project has been completed and handed over to the rightful beneficiaries. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tuabu, covered. Question 29, Honorable Saziwa to Honorable MEC of Human Settlement.
Thank you, Chair. As a response to the question number 29, both sub-questions to Honorable Saziwa, we have annexed the report to the mentioned project, but in summary, Chair, the department has appointed in September of this year the state attorney to investigate on the allegations that were made on the main contractor, looking at what are the possible losses in any shady workmanship that will be recouped from the terminated contract, and once that has been completed, the necessary consequence management will be effective. Then on the sub-question 2, as a department, we have terminated the services of the contractor, and we are in the process of replacing the constructor, anticipating to conclude that before the end of this calendar year. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. But the full report is annexed there for the benefit of the member.
Honorable Saziwa. Thank you very much. Can we then go to 28, Honorable Nyalambisa to Honorable MEC Health? Nobody represented. Honorable Ngat, are you representing health? Okay.
Question 20.
Question 28.
Okay. Question, response, Honorable Chair, thank you. The department has taken a decision to employ medical officers on a permanent basis rather than contracting seasonal doctors. This is part of the efficiency interventions and ensuring the continuous provisioning of quality health services to the communities. Over the years, there's been an increase in the number of doctors who are looking for permanent employment. Some of these doctors are bursary holders or residents of rural communities where there is a need for medical officers. The seasonal doctors often fill positions that would otherwise require permanent doctors. Thus, it is our strategic approach to avail these positions for the employment of permanent doctors. Therefore, it is a fact that having permanent doctors will undoubtedly raise the standard of care provided at district hospitals and providing scheduled visits to clinics by guaranteeing that there are enough doctors to handle patient demands daily, ward rounds for inpatients, and coverage for outpatients departments and theater services. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nyambisa, covered. Question 27 from Honorable Saziwa to Honorable MEC Health. Over to Honorable Matt.
Thank you. According to Section 21(3) of the National Customary Initiation Act, a traditional nurse must not treat more than 30 initiates during initiation season. However, it is recommended that if boys are not in one initiation school, traditional nurse must not look after more than 10 initiates. Therefore, a distance between initiation schools or amapoma must be considered when allocating and accepting the number of boys per ikangata. The approval is granted by the traditional leaders or chiefs at a community level. And Chapter 3, Section 18, Subsection 1D of the Eastern Cape Customary Male Initiation Act stipulates that the prospective initiate is examined by a qualified medical practitioner or professional nurse 3 months before admission to initiation school, and again at least 14 days before the admission of the prospective initiate to a male initiation school, where after the prospective initiate shall be issued with a certificate only if his state of health allows for his admission into the initiation school. The 3 months is to determine the health status of the prospective initiate so that if there are any abnormalities, at least there is enough time to deal with it, and the 14 days is to ensure that if the boy suffers from sexual transmitted infections, is treated and resolved before undergoing initiation practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sazo. Covered. Honorable Fihlani, question question 26, Honorable Fihlani to Honorable MEC Health. Over to Honorable.
The NHLS is operating effectively without any disruptions in the province. All hospitals have laboratories providing differing in the services package depending on the services package and the needs of the hospital. The typical service provided in these laboratories include but not limited a collection of depots, clinical pathology providing hematology and chemistry and microbiology. Tertiary hospitals provide additional services which include TB, and virology, microbiology, again, and all those specialized chemistry and immunology. Yeah. Each of the laboratory units are adequately staffed in the category of laboratory assistant and medical technologists and medical pathologists. And service in primary health care facilities are rendered via courier services that collect samples from clinics and delivers to the laboratory units located in the various hospitals. and the specimens are collected from facilities at least once a day or 3 times in urban areas. The collection material and laboratory stationery is provided by those centers, and facilities either draw material from the on-site labs or from the NHLS stores through an agreed-upon schedule or process. The turnaround time are generally within acceptable limits according to the service level agreement. Load shedding and general equipment breakdown are the inherent constraints to the provisioning of the service. And the centers has invested in backup power supply to mitigate the impact of power supply disruptions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Covered. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Thank you very much, Ms. We have now come to an end of the question time for the year 2023 and the 5th session of the legislature. I wish to thank the Premier and all MECs for responding to the questions raised by honorable members. All questions have been responded to timeously by the Premier and the relevant members of the Executive. Thank you. I will ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Draft resolution by Honorable Anil Kumar dealing with drug abuse.
Over to you, Honorable Anil Kumar.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Acting Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, our own Chief Whip, Honorable members, visitors across the social media and even in the gallery, I am extremely proud to represent the African National Congress and to present this particular debate today. A new edition of the book Dealing in Death, published in 2018, written by Sylvia Walker, reminds a sad story unfolded in some years back. Ellen Pakis, a working woman from Lavender Hills on the Cape Flats, strangled her son to death. What drove Ellen to commit this horrific deed and why ostensibly light sentence was given to her was a eye-throwing question to many of the people at that time. The story of what happened over many, many years ago still continued to grip public interest, putting spotlight on the dire and desperate situation faced by many of our parents because of the addicted children. Dealing in death looks the global and local drugs culture, the predicament of people like Ellen Pakis and other mothers like her, coming from an impoverished community, which was a direct effect of the apartheid laws then. The menace of drug addiction was sweeping across South Africa, that's a fact, affecting every level of the society. It was Abi Pakis' addiction to this drug and the horrendous acts she did to kill the son that drove to the murder. Her trial exposed the dark underbelly of a community crippled with drug and alcohol abuse, and focused attention on the plight of those who live in destitution and they do not have resources to drug rehabilitation centers or other measures to deal with this challenge. Honorable Chair of Chairs, that makes this particular topic very critical. Still, the memories of that 2008 night is haunting all of us. Drug abuse is a global phenomenon, as we know, but region to region, country to country, the extent and characteristics differ. South Africa too is caught in the vicious circle of drug abuse. The number of drug addicts is increasing day by day. the bane of drug abuse in Eastern Cape, our own province, has acquired proportions of a deadly disease that has crippled the entire society. It is observed that Eastern Cape's drug abuse is raging like an epidemic, especially among the youth. Illicit drug abuse not only affects the health and lives of the individuals, but it also undermines the political, social, and cultural foundation of a country. Problems of drug dependence produce dramatic costs of all societies in terms of lost productivity, transmission of infectious disease, family and social disorder, crime, excessive utilization of healthcare. Drug addiction causes immense human distress. And the illegal production and the distribution of drugs have spawned crime and violence countrywide. Today, there is no part of our beloved country we don't see this problem. The problem of drug abuse in youth is a matter of serious concern. Chair of chairs, every third person in this youth, if you take, is hooked to, every one of third person is hooked to the drugs. The other striking observation were there is a high prevalence of various circulatory drug abuse. The picture is grim. The world statistics on drug scenario is taken into account with a turnover of around $500 billion. It is next to the largest business in the world, that's oil, and then the arms trade. About 190 million people all over the world consume the drugs. Millions of drug addicts all over the world are leading miserable lives between the life and death. Various news report indicates that at least 15% of the South Africans have a drug problem. The number, however, is expected to rise. While some drugs are produced directly here, but others are a major transshipment in importing or exporting this drug. Drug consumption in South Africa is twice than the world norm. Drug abuse is costing our beloved country 20 billion rands a year and could pose greater threat to the issues like HIV/AIDS pandemic. According to the SAPS, 60% of the crimes nationally were related to the substance abuse. In Western Cape, the figure is 80%. The perpetrators of these crimes and under the influence of one of the substances or trying to secure money to fix for another drug. The recently released United Nations World Drug Report has named South Africa as one of the drug capitals of the world, which we are not proud of. According to them, 1 rand in 4 is being used for this purpose. In 2006, we have 250,000 South Africans were using cocaine, which was spending almost 1.4 billion rand. And currently, it has been in unimaginable proportion, it has gone up. The treatment of cocaine addiction increased in 1.5% in 1996. Now it is at 17.5%. Therefore, the government should plan and increase the number of de-addiction and centers of recreation facilities of these addicts. Figaro various non-governmental organizations and non-profit organizations to be involved. This cannot be a responsibility of the state alone. Every party must come into play. The number of people who use drugs predicted significantly. They are saying, according to the calculation, in 2030, it will be 40%. Information dissemination in this regard is very key. Our drug programs are complex issues that affects millions of people in the country, many of you are under stigma and discrimination. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime recognizes that importance of taking people-centered approach to drug policies. Here it is very clear. We need an integrated approach. It cannot be one party like law enforcement is dealing with it. It needs integration. Rehabilitation centers in the province and the establishment of provincial substance abuse forums and local drug addiction committees. PSAFs are appointed by MECs, so they do have a direct responsibility on that. They assist local drug action committees to implement NDMP to report to the Central Drug Authority. Appropriate linkages between health workers, community leaders, religious leaders, teachers, very important. Many of our youth is always dealt with teachers. They are seeing them face to face. It's very important, their role to play. Periodic outreach awareness camps for Anti-riding, anti-drug abuse activities in the community and government schools should be undertaken. Community-based mobile outpatient movements to help these people are important. The health service gaps identified relatively primary to lack the recognition and prioritization of multi-directional links between violence, mental illness, and drug abuse. Automatically, the abuse is causing the mental issues. Now, to treat the natural ones and the other one, it becomes a very big a very big challenge. The gap is evident, and at the clinical level, where mental illness and substance misuses are not adequately detected or managed. Campaigns for the improved integration on mental health and substance abuse services should, especially to our rural areas.
1 minute, 1 minute left.
This new environment necessitates a radical rethinking of traditional approach. We need to expand the public funding sources for the treatment. We cannot leave these problems to the state. The parenting component needs strong advocacy. If I lend the words of the world-famous Alice Miller, who was a Polish cis psychologist and philosopher, she said this, I quote, "What is an addiction? It's a sign. It's a signal. It's a symptom of distress. It's a language that tells us about the plight, and that must be understood. This is not the end. So still we can repair that. And that is why this topic becomes important. And thank you, Chair of Chair. We all have the responsibility to deal. Climate change, we have been talking. We thought it is not coming. It came. Now, this is there. We need to deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anil Kumar. Honorable Porter, your 9 minutes will start as soon as you take the podium. Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we, we will pause for time. After this sitting, we are looking at having our last engagement together, the farewell. So, can you kindly switch on your mic, so that when I give you, your mic is on. Do you have any problem with switching on your mic? Is it on now? Can he be assisted?
Is it working now?
Thank you, Honorable Porter.
Yeah. Acting Chair of Chair, all protocol observed. The ability of our provincial economy to create jobs is slowing down, and extreme levels of unemployment and inequality are worsening. Conditions such as unemployment, poverty, lack of recreational facilities, and being surrounded by substance abusers, working long shifts at work, and high stress levels as a result of family problems, boredom, all of this can be contributing factors to substance abuse. Almost every family in South Africa, regardless of their background or beliefs, has been impacted by addiction in some way or another. Substance abuse disorder, or SUD, is a complex condition in which there is uncontrolled use of substance despite harmful consequences. Substance use disorder has taken a devastating toll on public health as the economy. It prevents someone from productively reaching their full productivity and potential and contributing to their family and their communities. Substance abuse disorder has traditionally been viewed as an urban and inner city problem. However, with the past decade's increase in the prevalence of SUD disorders and substance-related mortality in rural areas, there is a growing international recognition that the problem of drug and other substance use has indeed spread to rural settings across the globe. Rural areas are characterized by several socioeconomic disparities that are recognized as contributing factors to drug and other substance use. South Africa has a high rate of substance abuse, especially among the youth and young people, which includes both in and out of school youth. The Democratic Alliance believes that South Africa's challenge to deal with SUD is located in policy implementation gap. This is furthermore compounded by socioeconomic challenges, youth unemployment, a lack of educational and recreational facilities in townships, and other issues related to that. We also agree that information dissemination must improve and provide awareness and knowledge of the nature and extent of substance abuse, addiction, and its effects on individuals, families, and communities, to strengthen legislation and to strengthen prevention programs and associated social services. To ensure effective strategies and programs, close cooperation and coordination must exist between law enforcement, treatment providers, and prevention professionals to address substance abuse and their related problems. These partnerships are vital to the success of planning, adequate budgeting, and effective programming to streamline service delivery and improve access to these expert services. SUD management has 4 distinct phases when dealing with the treatment process. That is the intake phase, detox phase, rehabilitation phase, and aftercare or ongoing recovery phases. Rehabilitation is indeed a very complex field of operation and governance and requires a comprehensive care evaluation, which is then used to create an individualized treatment recovery plan. Given the need for this comprehensive care programs, the DA believes that the rehabilitation sector is negatively affected by broader health system failures, which lacks adequate governance and the inclusion of follow-through of provincial plans and policies that integrates SUD in our provincial departments. In other words, rehabilitation is the victim of governance flaws and failures in the system that requires proper integration and strategic budget planning. For the financial year 23-24, the Department of Social Development funded a mere 41 MPOs and community-based organizations to provide substance abuse prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation services across all our districts. The allocation for 8 districts for substance abuse prevention and outpatient services cost this House a mere 12 million rand for 23-24 financial years. Yet the department has not conducted a study to determine substance use trends in our province per district. In the absence of this study, program targets, budgets, and impact assessments of the effectiveness of these programs becomes questionable. Rehabilitation centers can cost anything from as little as 7,000 rand to as much as 70,000 rand per month per individual. Rehabilitation centers is very important. Increasing the number of them is even more important, but it's not the only way forward. One such strategy to increase substance abuse prevention programs is to limit development of problems associated with the use of psychoactive substances. Prevention efforts must then focus on the individual's surroundings and incorporate cultural, gender, and age-specific needs. In order to have an inclusive and better operational understanding of rehabilitation aspect, a study to include facility-level stakeholders, the people that work with these people every day, must be incorporated to ensure accurate data and a new financing model for rehabilitation centers. Substance abuse doesn't just place a burden on the government, but also places increased financial burdens on the individual and the family. The destabilization of the family unit permeates in every area of life and affects the very social fabric of society. By strengthening the provincial substance abuse forums and local drug action committees at municipal level, we will enhance existing community initiatives with knowledge and skills to manage the prevention work at a grassroots level. Local drug action committees are a perfect example of the whole of society approach. And we have in the Western Cape established 18 functional local drug action committees, and these work. We also believe that functioning drug action committees are crucial to expanding the SUD services in vulnerable rural communities. The DA also believes that the departments have to look on the online space, where the online space has increasingly become relevant in identifying illicit drug demand and supply trends. With increased internet activity in South Africa and globally, drug-related social interactions and purchases has also partially moved online. To respond to these developments, the government must also conduct extensive research on the intersection between the internet and drugs, such as the emergence of online drug markets and how new internet technologies have acted as facilitators of such markets. These new developments must shift the attention of researchers and monitoring institutions to the internet to investigate activities related to the use, trafficking, or production of drugs. In particular, we must use web surveys that can become essential for the entire range of surveys and be more cost-effective tools to generate detailed data to understand drug-related phenomena, including assessing drug use patterns, supply, and behavior. The effects of substance abuse on users, their family, and their communities are enormous, Acting Speaker. And in light of South Africa's high crime rate, it is vital also to acknowledge the relationship between violent crime, gender-based violence, and substance abuse. This reality implies that substance abuse
your time is
far...
up. Honorable Porter, your time is up. Conclude.
This is a very serious topic. Give me another 5 minutes. Not 2 minutes, please.
No.
Just two.
No, I've put the pause for you.
The DA supports the motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we... Honorable Zibula? Not. Honorable Becker? Your 3 minutes start now, Honorable Becker.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. All protocols observed. This is indeed a very serious issue and it needs our attention. Acting Speaker, I got the following statistics from the Medical Research Institute. They claim that 30 to 40% of South African population struggles with addiction. Ma'am, if you listen, you will be shocked. I repeat, 30 to 40% of the South African population is dependent on some or other substance, excluding nicotine, including alcohol, medication, and narcotics. About 10% of addicted people show up at formal rehabilitation facilities. Only 20% of them stay clean after rehabilitation. We see more and more children between the ages of 12 and 13 seeking help. If 30% of our population is dependent, no less than 80% of the population is affected by addiction. Husbands, wives, children, and a broader family. Let's sum up. Out of 1,000 people in South Africa, a minimum of 300 are addicted to a substance. 30 of them will show up at the rehabilitation facility. 6 of them will stay clean. The others just die. Let me attempt to make this applicable to the Eastern Cape. The total Eastern Cape population is 7.2 million. If 30% of them are addicted, it equates to 2.16 million people in the Eastern Cape addicted to some or other substance. If 10% of them seek formal help, it equates to 216,000.
1 minute left.
If 20% of those that sought formal help stay clean, it equates to only 43,200 people. Thus, mathematically, it can be predicted that 2.116 million people in the Eastern Cape will die in a single year from addiction. Acting Speaker, I will enter with this. There are simply not enough rehabilitation facilities in the Eastern Cape, especially for the youth. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Becker. African National Congress, Honorable Luana.
Mandibulis, Acting Speaker, and afternoon to the Acting Premier, the members of the Executive, honorable members, our guests in the House, and the officials. Oh, they have left that were here. Honorable Acting Speaker, in response to the motion of dealing with drug abuse, the ANC in accepting the motion, one wishes to highlight a few areas. Amongst others, that drug abuse and addiction are major issues in South Africa that affect individuals, families, and communities across the country. The abuse of drugs such as marijuana, methamphetamine, and opioids has increased in recent years, leading to rise in crime, poverty, and health issues. Poverty, unemployment, lack of recreational facilities, being surrounded by substance abusers, long shifts at work, high stress as a result of combination of unemployment and family problems. Boredom and work pressures are also some factors that contribute to substance abuse. Peer pressure is a strong factor in starting to use and misuse drugs, particularly for young people. Lack of family involvement and difficult family situations, or lack of bond with parents or siblings may also increase the risk associated with addiction, same as the lack of parental supervision. Due to increase in the prevailing social ills, such as substance abuse, crime, and gender-based violence, many families are at risk and are vulnerable. This presents a demand for services on the side of social development as more people enter into a state of social distress. The Department of Social Development has a provincial drug master plan which is aimed at providing access to treatment and rehabilitation centers. There are inpatient and outpatient treatments as well. Young people are exposed to self-destructive, unhealthy, and risk behaviors, which prevents them from reaching their full potential. The high rate of drug abuse in the Eastern Cape province manifests its negative effects on children, youth, families, and communities. The department committed itself at the beginning of the year that it would mobilize local municipalities to establish local drug action committees in line with the Prevention of Treatment for Substance Abuse Act number 70 of 2008. Therefore, becomes imperative for the Department of Social Development to continue to use media and social media platforms to raise awareness of the effects of drug abuse. The Chair of Chairs, the NS Malkas Treatment Center in Gqeberha will continue to provide treatment to children with substance abuse disorders across the province. The department is also providing outpatient treatment services through the trained social workers supported by the funded NPOs. And in the field of substance abuse, it is generally accepted that no single approach, such as criminalizing or decriminalizing substances or people who use drugs, would solve the problem of substance abuse. Instead, a balanced approach that uses an integrated combination of strategies is advocated. Therefore, the Department of Social Development, in consultation with the relevant departments and stakeholders, is expected to take reasonable measures to combat drug abuse through the development and coordination of the following interventions, namely demand reduction, supply reduction, as well as harm reduction. The following are some of the strategic interventions that are implemented by the Department of Social Development in collaboration with other stakeholders, namely the school-based campaign. School-based campaigns that are conducted to educate and raise awareness in schools amongst learners on the dangers of underage drinking and on drinking during pregnancy. The focus will be in hotspots areas in the province. School-based campaigns are conducted in partnership with the Department of Education and other partners. The department continues to intensify implementation of substance abuse programs in schools and institutions of higher learning in line with the Provincial Drug Master Plan. The second one, on community-based education campaigns, which raises awareness on educational programs on dangers of drinking during pregnancy and conducted in collaboration with the Department of Health and other local stakeholders. Target group for these interventions are women at risk and pregnant women. The third one is tavern-based awareness campaign that, in collaboration with the East Cape Liquor Board, the department implements tavern-based awareness campaigns. The focus of the campaigns is to monitor compliance with liquor legislation, role of a man as a support system to pregnant women, and to address problems of underage drinking. Workshops on fetal alcoholic syndrome and on the dangers of drinking during pregnancy and support services are also implemented. And the last one being the training for pregnant women. The Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act of 1970, Act 70 of 2008, Section 57, subsection 1, provides for the establishment of a provincial substance abuse forum, which is referred to as PSAF, for each of the 9 provinces. The MEC responsible for social development has appointed members of the PSAF from the following government departments: Health, Education, Community Safety, SAPS, Department of Correctional Services, and as well as stakeholders such as East Liquor Board, NICRO, Sanka, East London, that is Sanka East London, and other private treatment centers. The PSAF meets quarterly to facilitate and monitor implementation of the Provincial Drug Master Plan. The main function of this forum is to support different stakeholders in carrying out substance abuse program, as well as assisting local drug action committees in local municipalities to implement anti-substance abuse programs. These services include prevention as well as treatment services aimed at reducing the scourge of drug abuse and to provide support to people in recovery. Acting Speaker, the Department of Social Development has funded three. One, private treatment center to provide in and out patient treatment centers services. That is the assessment, counseling, treatment and rehabilitation, and skills development services to service users. They are geographically placed as follows. One in the OR Tambo district, named Tembelicha Rehabilitation Center. Second one in BCM, Sanka, East London, and Kononia. A state treatment center in Nelson Mandela Metro provides treatment to children with substance use disorders. Allow me, Acting Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, to say the organization and the movement led by the then President O.R. Tambo accepts the motion. I thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable one. Honorable MEC, Fanta, reply to the debate.
Nkosi, Acting Speaker, Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker in absentia, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable Executive Members of the Council, Honorable MPLs, in our guest upstairs there, molweni nonke. I greet you all in the most wonderful name of Jesus. Ngale nyanga sibhizi siphethe 16 days of activism. Akumnandanga kakhulu. Kodwa sizoqhubekeka. Honorable Acting Speaker, the Department of Social Development acknowledges its central role in the social sector collective response to addressing the scourge of substance abuse in our communities. This debate takes place in a month after the Department of Social Development convened a national summit on substance abuse and illicit trafficking as part of ongoing strides towards ensuring sustainable, coordinated, and impactful strategies aimed at addressing the scourge of substance abuse in our communities. What is prevalent is that a balanced approach that uses an integrated combination of strategies is advocated given the substance abuse in a national concern and is a national concern, requiring greater collaboration amongst key sectors for our society at all levels. The high rate of substance abuse in our communities manifests in its negative effects on our youth in and out of school, families, and societies in general. This situation has resulted to increase on social ills such as high rate of crime, GBV&F, theft, burglary, school dropouts, unemployment, and family dysfunctioning. Substance abuse destroys lives and fiber of our society. It also undermines sustainable human development and leads to crime. Drugs indeed affect everyone in all societies, either directly or indirectly. Hence, the combined impact of these challenges on individuals and families is profound and needs collective and consistent action. The complexity of drug misuse and the harms it causes to individuals, families, and communities means that no one can take it alone. If we are together, we can do more. The Department of Social Development, in consultation with the relevant departments and stakeholders, is expected to take reasonable measures to combat drug abuse through development and coordination of intervention aimed at demand reduction, supply reduction, and harm reduction. To this effect, the department has Provincial Drug Master Plan 2022-2027 to ensure, among other things, that those who need treatment, aftercare and support have access to it. The Provincial Drug Master Plan must endeavor to ensure that implementation of qualitative, improved, and accessible services on substance abuse. This renewed program of action focuses on demand reduction, supply reduction, and harm reduction strategies in the general population, on youth and those who are high risk and vulnerable groups. It is premised on the understanding that the scale of drug abuse requires mobilization of the resolve of all sectors of society in local municipalities. The MEC responsible for social development has appointed members of the Provincial Substance Abuse Forum from the following government departments and are participating: health, education, community safety, South African Police Services, Department of Correctional Services, and stakeholders such as Eastern Cape Liquor Board, NICRO, SANCA, East London, and other private treatment centers. This forum meets quarterly to facilitate and monitor the implementation of Drug Master Plan. The main function of this forum is to support, The main function of this forum is to support different stakeholders in carrying out substance abuse programs, as well as assisting local drug action committees in local municipalities to implement anti-substance abuse programs. These services include prevention as well as treatment services aimed at reducing the scourge of drug abuse and to provide support to people in recovery. Honorable Acting Speaker, the following are some of the strategic interventions that are implemented by the Department of Social Development in collaboration with other stakeholders. School-based campaigns. School-based campaigns are conducted to educate and raise awareness in schools among learners on the dangers of substance abuse and underage drinking. The focus are on hotspot areas in the province. School-based campaigns are conducted in partnership with the Department of Education and other partners. The department continues to intensify implementation of substance abuse programs in schools as well as institutions of higher learning in line with Provincial Drug Master Plan. These social behavioral change programs are an immediate intervention that enables young people to make more informed choices. Bade ke babe slogan esithi ke moja, I am fine without drugs. Community-based organization campaigns, awareness and educational programs on dangers of drinking during pregnancy are conducted in collaboration with the Department of Health, and other local stakeholders to target group for these interventions are women at risk and pregnant women. Siyazama ukuthi omama abazithweleyo bangazityi any type of substance abuse because that
Two
impacts
minutes.
negatively
2 minutes left.
to the child. Dialogues, engagement of communities at grassroots levels as part of commitment to bring to the fore the voices of communities and ensuring that no one is left behind. Honorable Acting Speaker, in line with Prevention and Treatment Substance Abuse Act 7808, the department continues to implement integrated program aimed at alleviating substance abuse through preventative rehabilitation and community-based intervention. The department continues to fund private treatment centers which serve in and out patient centers for provision of assessment, counseling, and provision of treatment services for substance abusers as well as community-based services. Honorable Speaker, the role of local government in fights against substance abuse cannot be overemphasized. Working with our communities, we need to consolidate all resources into a single system of prevention, reduction, and aftercare. We'll continue to engage local government and to take the lead in the establishment. Hence, we have these local drug action committees in almost all our municipalities to combat substance abuse at all levels. These local action committees are expected to contribute to such as through imposing restriction on legal alcohol sale hours, regulating and ensuring equal access to resources that can help prevent vulnerable population from becoming substance dependent. In conclusion, the journey ahead of us as a province is about the continued collaboration of all relevant sectors, championing the mandate of substance abuse based on their strategic advantages, so as to ensure integrated service delivery as a means to intensify our fight against substance abuse. I thank you, Deputy or Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Emerson. Thank you very much. I put the draft resolution. Any objection? Thank you very much. I will ask the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Draft resolution, Mr. M. Khacha, Palestine Solidarity.
Thank you. I will call upon Honorable Mkhacha. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Chairela le party ngoku. Chair of Chairs and the acting speaker of this House, the acting Premier, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip of this House. Let me first commend the African National Congress for closing down the Zionist, racist Israel embassy in this country. We can draw parallels to the experience of Palestine and the South African Revolution. That we can draw parallels. This is the fifth war against the Palestinian people in the Middle East. We have observed recently the eruption of conflict between Israel and Hamas on the 7th of April. The situation has worsened, with Israel transgressing any truce of peace brokered between the two parties. All of us who claim to be peace-loving people must be disgusted by the actions of Israel. We, as the people of this province, more than many other people across the world, bear the moral obligation and political conviction to support the cause of the people of Palestine. We cannot but be moved and indeed angered at the pain and humiliation being inflicted on the Palestinian people. As most of us standing here can still smell the pungent stench of bloodshed that took the lives of many South Africans, leaving many more homes disintegrated under the repressive iron fist rule of the apartheid regime here at home. As we're honoring the 10th year since the departure of Madiba, only yesterday, today we are called upon to do such by taking decisive actions and counted amongst the people of the world. It is Madiba in 1987, while still President of South Africa, who correctly echoed that, and I quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians," close quote. The clarion call, this clarion call was to be expanded by Madiba in 2004 after the death of the late President Arafat. He paid tribute to the leader of the PLO, and I quote, "He was an icon, in the proper sense of the word. He was not only concerned with the liberation of the Arab people, but of all the oppressed people throughout the world, Arabs and non-Arabs. And to lose a man of that stature and thinking is a great blow to all those who are fighting against oppression," close quote. Listen to War Tambo when succinctly explains that, and I quote, "We share the Palestinian people a common experience of racism, expressed in dispossession and genocide for apartheid South Africa and Zionist Israel, are but two sides of a single coin," close quote. That's Oliver Tambo. We recognize, honorable members, that the long history behind this conflict that has caused untold suffering by the Palestinian people for decades. Note the Palestinians are currently experiencing 75 years of ethnic cleansing, 15 years of Israel's blockade, annexation of Palestinian land, bombing of Palestinian towns, children, pregnant women, cats and dogs, desecration of Palestinian sacred sites, daily raids into Palestinian homes, constant humiliation and harassment of the entire people. Disheartened by the arrogant stance adopted by the Israel government ever since the illegal occupation of the Palestinian land. Remember, it was in 1948 where Israel established itself in Palestine. On their arrival, heavily armed, they destroyed 500 villages, killed over 15,000 people on their arrival. As was the case with us in South Africa, we fully understand that the people in Gaza have the right to stand up, organize themselves, and rebel in defending their sovereignty by any means possible. They have no other place to call home, and because of foreign intruders, they are lacking in the most basic services which preserve human dignity, energy, clean water, basic hospital supplies, and food. We must condemn the continuous illegal occupation of Palestinian land and the continuation of harassment, raping of women, abusing of children, kidnapping, destroying, or shelling of homes and infrastructure, inflicting pain to ordinary people, which is happening currently on a daily basis. Further note, the provocation of this war has exposed the inconsistency of the United Nations for the failure to implement its own resolution on Palestinian question, thus exposing hypocrisy and inconsistency of United States of America-led NATO countries in relation to Israel. Palestine is against Russia-Ukraine proxy war. It's not surprising. The indigenous people of Northern America are Red Indians. Same method was used to wipe out the Red Indians in their own land. The indigenous people of Australia are Aborigines. Same method was applied to wipe out Aborigines in Australia by the same Jews across the globe. So they are using the same method even to wipe out Palestinians in their own indigenous land in our country. We, the members of the Eastern Cape Legislature, must stand united in our unwavering commitment to the principles of justice, peace, and human rights. We must call for an end to the annexation of Palestinian land and condemn the actions of apartheid Israel. In the light of the recent unprecedented attacks on Gaza and Palestinians, we believe it is imperative for our institution expresses its solidarity with the people of Palestine and to call for a peaceful resolution of ongoing conflict. It's our responsibility as peace-loving people and political parties in this House.
1 minute left.
We must call upon the United Nations members states to force the United Nations to implement the original UN resolution in order to stop this war. Affirm the Palestinian people have got the right to defend themselves against all sorts of aggression. We must emphasize that the responsibility for the violence and suffering of this conflict lands squarely on the oppressors. And we affirm that the ability to end violence and achieve lasting peace is within their hands. No people will willingly stop resistance when they are not free. In conclusion, Honorable Chair of Chairs, in adopting this motion, we affirm our unwavering support for the people of Palestine and our commitment to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. It's our responsibility.
Your time is up, Honorable Member.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kassim, the 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, allow me to state from the outset that the Democratic Alliance agrees with many of the sentiments expressed in the motion before the House today. We are saddened by the violence and loss of innocent lives. We recognize the suffering and hardships endured, and we too affirm that it is our collective duty as peace-loving people and representatives of our constituents to advocate for a just and lasting solution. The DA's position on this issue, as articulated by DA Federal Leader John Steenhuisen, as follows, that the DA stands in solidarity with both Palestinians and Israelis who seek a two-state solution, and the DA stands against radicalism and violence and embraces the rights of both Palestinians and Israelis to statehood and sovereignty, free of occupation, dispossession, and siege. The DA also recognizes the right of return of Palestinian refugees who have been driven from their homeland by decades of conflict. The DA opposes innocent civilians in Palestine being subjected to collective punishment by the Israeli Defense Force over the actions committed by Hamas, who have also targeted and killed innocent civilians. We do this whilst still recognizing the way in which actions of the Israeli government, including the expansion of settlements deemed illegal under international law and in some instances by the country's own Supreme Court, has contributed to the obstruction of the path to peace. Any credible plan to peace must include addressing Israeli settlements in the West Bank and ensuring that commitments made in line with the United Nations Security Council Resolutions 242 are finally upheld. Honourable Chair, the DA remains committed to a negotiated, viable and sustainable two-state solution where both have a right to exist in peace, side by side, free and unoccupied. This is in line with United Nations Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338, and in line with the positions taken by the South African government. For this solution to work, Honourable Chairperson, the expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank must end, and those already constructed on Palestinian territory, which are deemed illegal under international law, which have been constructed on some of the best land in the territory, must be addressed. This will result in a free Palestinian state in Gaza and the West Bank, alongside a secure Israel, and the Palestinian state must have full recognition, with Jerusalem being a shared capital of both states, with a form of joint management over the sacred old city. Honourable Chairperson, one cannot witness the current bloodshed and violence without it pulling on our heartstrings. Any and all targeting of and killing of civilians must be condemned in no uncertain terms. The killing of civilians and the taking of civilian hostages by Hamas on the 7th of October cannot be condoned, nor any killing and oppression of Palestinian civilians prior to the 7th of October and post the 7th of October. 300 Palestinians in the West Bank were killed by Israeli settlers with the support of the IDF prior to the 7th of October attack by Hamas this year alone, and those killings have skyrocketed since. The response by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu post-October 7th can be best described by Branko Berkic, the founder and editor-in-chief of the Daily Maverick. He, Netanyahu, switched off the water and power and blockaded Gaza in a way that was bound to create an unimaginably cruel humanitarian disaster. Instead of sending in special forces soldiers to retrieve hostages and target Hamas operatives, thousands of civilians perished in the aerial attacks on Gaza, and large parts of northern Gaza were flattened, and that was even before the wide-scale ground invasion was launched by the IDF. The suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza is impossible to ignore, and the killing has not eased the pain of the families of the victims of October 7th, or those families who yearn to embrace their loved ones who were taken hostage. A bombing and invasion of such a densely populated space as Gaza was never going to be anything other than devastating, and will fertilize the resentment that ensures this cycle of violence continues. Honourable Chairperson, the DA has called for urgent provision of adequate humanitarian aid to Gaza, including food, fuel and medical supplies. The DA also reaffirmed the principles outlined in Article 51 of the 1977 Protocol 1 of the Geneva Convention, which prohibits and regards as a war crime the carpet bombing of cities, towns and villages and other areas containing a concentration of civilians where Israeli military forces or their commanders have targeted and violated international law. The DA supports them being brought swiftly to justice. We believe, Honourable Chairperson, in peace and justice and will support any and all efforts to bring peace. There are, however, those who have no interest in peace. They are only interested in exploiting the current tragedy for their own political agenda. Misinformation and lies in the run-up to our own elections have become the order of the day. And this is not something that we should participate in. And what makes this kind of behavior shameful is the hypocrisy that it exposes. Now, I've heard murmurs from my colleagues in the ANC benches. Yet what my colleagues in the ANC benches have also been accused of doing is talk in Palestine and walk in Israel. And let me give you a few examples of this. And I'm not doubting the sincerity of Honourable Makgakga and others who I travelled with and who I know are sincere on this issue. But I'm going to raise some facts that might be uncomfortable, because we cannot make this issue a political football for narrow political gain. It does not serve those that are currently suffering from this tragedy. Let me start with a confrontation that happened in Sea Point, where there were pro-Israeli protesters that were confronted by pro-Palestinian protesters. The misinformation that came out of that incident is that the DA was responsible for intervening, when actually the fact was that it was the South African Police Service under the command and controlled by national government, which is controlled by the ANC government. Honorable Makhacha, who opened his speech by talking about appreciating efforts to close down the Israeli embassy, as was done on an EFF motion supported by the ANC in Parliament. And yet President Ramaphosa's spokesperson, Vincent Makunya, thereafter went on to say that no decision nor process in this respect is being considered by President Ramaphosa's cabinet. The same ANC that chants BDS allows trade with Israel to continue to an amount of 9.2 billion rand annually. And I suppose the most shameful of all of this hypocrisy is that according to the annual report of conventional arms for the year 2000, this ANC government sold and exported arms, weapons, to Israel, both category type B and category type C. And category type C, which includes electronic equipment, systems such as flight control, tactical observation, propulsion, missile tracking and guidance, and weaponry firing sites. And it is noteworthy to the Honorable Makhacha that the year 2000, when your government sold arms to Israel, was the year of the second intifada that you mentioned in your speech. Indeed, the water cannons that were used on Fees Must Fall,
1 minute left.
in Fees Must Fall protesters here at home were bought from the Israeli government. And the DA refuses to be drawn into efforts to exploit this tragedy for shameful and hypocritical political gain, and will be abstaining from this motion. Indeed, even though we agree with the sentiments contained, resolutions 14 and 18 are contradictory to one another, and this is best voiced by the ANC's own minister, Minister Naledi Pandor, who in a note to Parliament on the 20th of November announced that breaking of diplomatic ties or relations with Israel will be counterproductive, as it will also affect our representative office in Ramallah, Palestine, and by implication weaken any meaningful role that South Africa can play in the Palestinian cause. We are the country that is best placed in order to negotiate peace in Israel and Palestine. And therefore we must pursue any efforts in order to do so, in order to stop this current tragedy. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Economic Freedom Fighters, Honorable Werner, your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Chairs, the current acting Speaker. On behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters, we want to say we are standing with the people of Palestine. Based on these reasons, the South African democracy is a product of international solidarity. As we have suffered what the people of Palestine have suffered, we as South Africans know what it means to be segregated, to have our land dispossessed, to be detained, to be denied quality healthcare, education, and freedom of movement at the hands of a regime that considers itself superior on the basis of their identity. We as South Africa, we know the pain of the murder of children, the illegal detention of freedom fighters and abuse of women, and discrimination against a race of people because a regime has presupposed its superiority and has utilized its military and economic strength to sustain the subjugation of people. Chairperson, the people of Palestine have suffered immeasurable pain and suffering due to the violence of apartheid Israel for more than 75 years. Israel is established on the vicious and racist Zionist ideology that has established itself on the misguided notion of ethnic superiority at the expense of native Palestinian people. Chair, on the 21st of November 2023, in a historic and commendable moment of humanity and solidarity, the National Assembly of Parliament of South Africa came together in its majority, representatives of a democratic will of the people of South Africa in their majority, and pledged its solidarity to the people of Palestine who are currently experiencing an ethnic cleansing and genocide at the hands of a terrorist state of Israel. The motion to close the Israel embassy which was proposed by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the EFF on the 16th of November 2023 and debated, was adopted through a majority vote of Parliament of South Africa. The motion was supported by the African National Congress, the Freedom Front Party, the National Freedom Party, Al-Jamaa, the African Transformation Movement, and the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. A total of 248 members of Parliament voted in favor of the motion, against a mere 91 who voted against. The motion which passed in its majority sought to, among others, to condemn the killing of defenseless women and children in Gaza, including the bombing of hospital. Number two, to call on all freedom-loving people of the world to support Palestinian campaign to take back their land in all of its manifestation. Number three, to call upon the government.
1 minute left.
To call upon the government and the embassy, to call upon government to close the embassy of Israel in South Africa until a ceasefire is agreed to by Israel, and that Israel commit to binding United Nations facilitated negotiation, those whose outcome must be just, sustainable, and lasting peace. The economic freedom fighters commends all these progressive forces who took a bold stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine in full view of the world. But now the serious test is on the government of the ANC. Baumgach, the ANC government just recalled its own diplomats, but they have not closed the embassy of Israel. So what we have stood up here and said we must clap hands for is not true.
Your time is up, Honorable Member.
But all we stand for, we support the motion of the
Thank
Parliament.
you very much.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Berger, and you take the podium. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Again, all protocols observed. Acting Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus wants to apologize on behalf of all right-minded people in South Africa to the Jewish community for the appalling way in which the ANC government has handled the shocking terror attacks on innocent Israeli citizens. The recent presence of 3 prominent Hamas leaders in South Africa under the pretext that they are attending an international summit on solidarity with the Palestinians serves as further proof. It is tragic that they were reportedly invited to South Africa by high-ranking ANC Member of Parliament, Mandla Mandela, the grandson of the late President Nelson Mandela. President Mandela would certainly not have been in favor of the murder and rape of innocent women, children, and elderly persons. The ANC's voluntary association with Hamas is brutally rubbed in the faces of the Jewish community and every right-minded South African citizen during the 16 days of activism for no gender-based violence against women and children. The ANC currently governing South Africa has been stripped of all morality and has totally lost its moral compass. Right-minded voters should keep that in mind and act on it during the next general elections. Acting Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus does not support this motion. I thank you.
on African National Congress, Honorable Ngomane.
Somlomo obambeleyo ndivumele ndibulise kuwe inkulumbuso yephondo ebambeleyo, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature. Andizubulisa abantu abangekhoyo kanti ndiboni HODs, so andizubabulisa. Naye wonke umuntu okunye nathi namhlanje, and those who are watching from social media platforms, a very good evening to you. And my evening, my afternoon now. It is a great honor for me to weigh in my voice on behalf of the African National Congress on this important and very emotive motion raised by Honorable Mkhaga. Honorable Speaker, allow me from the onset to indicate that the African National Congress welcomes and supports the motion tabled by Honorable Mkhaga of the African National Congress for consideration by this House. We support the motion, Honorable Speaker, not because we are spectators in the conflict. We support it because the conflict that is taking place in that region has made us be involved in finding ways to put that war to an end, because we see ourselves in Palestinians. The journey we have traversed in freeing ourselves, of course, with the help of the international community as South Africa, the likes of the USSR, Cuba, and many other non-aligned members, from the special type of colonialism, does not allow us not to be involved. Just yesterday, the leadership of the ANC had a meeting with the Palestinian liberation organizations, and that shows that we are involved, and we have held marches organized against the Israeli occupation. Again, honorable members of the House, it is worth Honorable Becker, Beno Honorable Kasim, safuna ukuhla umsindo, because it is shocking to the core indlela bebedebate ngayo apha. So andifuna ubabhuda. I hope I have enough time. So again, honorable members of the House, it is worth mentioning that yesterday marked a decade, and Honorable Mkhaga mentioned this, since the passing of one of our iconic struggle icons, Dr. Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, whom we remember for his unwavering stance on Israeli-Palestine genocide. And I'm going to elaborate more on the genocide factor later. During the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinians, Dr. Nelson Mandela had this to say, and I quote, "But we know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians," close quote. Honorable Mkhaga has gone to town giving you a detailed political blow by blow of what has happened and continue to happen in the Middle East. I therefore will not bore you with those details. Mine is just to concur with him and further say, in the words of Minister Pandor, we cannot turn a blind eye. The Israeli and Palestinian conflict has a long, miserable, and unsettling history. This is the conflict that started through the establishment of the Jewish state in the Palestinian land as far back as 1948. Now, uba indwendwe come to your territory and wipe you out, and then a leader of a political party in this province comes to this podium and say they must stay together in peace and they must share the territory or the land, as if lo mhlaba that they must share ngowabo and fanele bawushare ngokulinganayo, ignoring the fact that even the land that he is saying they must share does not in fact belong to the Israelis. Akaboni into ifana. Since its establishment, the Arab community have not experienced peace and stability in that region, and this war must come to an end. Honorable Speaker, Acting Speaker, let me give you statistics. More than 15,900 Palestinians, including more than 6,000 children and 250 health workers, have been killed in Gaza since the outbreak of war on October 7th. That is just 2 months.
Shocking, 2 months. Of course, these statistics could be much more less because there is no accuracy in reporting. No one is literally counting abantu abaswelekayo every day. Abanye have been buried under the rubble because kudutyulwa imihla nezolo, kubhombisha imihla nezolo. So these statistics may be far more less than what is truly happening in Gaza. The number of dead is steadily rising despite international calls for Israeli forces to limit civilian harm in the new phase of its military offensive in Ghana that began on December 1, when a truce with Hamas collapsed. And I can tell you for free, the people who are collapsing the truce are the Israelis supported by the United States of America. The war genocide that is at play today has caused untold misery to the thousands of Palestinians living in that part of the world. Some of you, honorable members, would say that I'm being dramatic by referring to that conflict as a genocide. But let me define what a genocide is so that you can understand drama. The Oxford Dictionary defines a genocide as a deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. The genocide campaign is exactly what is happening in the Middle East, and it has been happening for the past 75 years or so. Eze-ke apha kwipodium u-Honorable Berger, andazi noma ndiyipronounsa kakuhle nisurname yakhe, athi kuthi abantu bakwa-Israel bayabulawa yi-Hamas. Of course, we do not condone what Hamas did. But it can't be that uzosimela apha nge-attack enye as opposed to the 75 years of what has been happening in Palestine. The thousands of women and children maimed and killed by the Israeli bombs leave an indelible picture in our collective psyche. It is becoming excruciating and unbearable for us, Honorable Speaker, when we learn that the victims of those bombings have nowhere to turn to, given the state of medical facilities that have been bombed by the Israeli military forces into rubble. Abana consciousness, they even bombing hospitals. On November 6, the Ministry of Education in Palestine suspended the 2023-2024 school year for the 625,000 school children in the Gaza Strip, as Israel's offensive that began on October 7 continued unrelenting. As we are gathered here today, honorable members, we are working towards concluding an academic year here in the province, but the future of the Palestinian children hangs in the balance. This war has devastating consequences, and it comes back to wiping out a nation. If you can't even allow children to go to school, if you're deliberately killing children, you are literally wiping out. Kuthiwa ngesiXhosa intontone engenasigqiku, whatever kona lokho. This is certainly a genocide. 1,000 Palestinians, those who are not dead, are struggling because of internal displacement, and they are scattered all over ngenxa ye-Israeli air and artillery strike on a daily basis. And I want to bring the attention of Honorable Kasim, whose political party is funded by Israel, by the way. So we are not surprised that he would come here and say they are abstaining from this motion. I mean, who can be surprised? But a narcissist has happy endorphins. They are very happy about when they see a state of people being killed, because it reminds them of what their forefathers did to us, killing our people day in without even any remorse. The negative role played by the United States of America in this war through increased military aid on Israeli government has not escaped our attention. We thought Biden would be better than Donald Trump, but it would seem that he is even more aggressive. The United Nations must cease to be toothless in dealing with this gruesome human conflict and stand with the downtrodden people of the Palestine. We fully support the notion raised by Honorable Mkhaga, especially as it relates to the role of the African Union. The AU Charter is very explicit on the objection on the infringement of sovereignty and territorial right. The African Union member states must speak with one voice when it comes to condemning this despicable act of illegal occupation of the land by the Zionists. Kukhona naba bathi we must pray for Israel. Of course, we are going to pray for Israel. But umthandazo wethu uzohamba kanje. Ukuba inqumbo kaThixo mayihle phezu kwamaSirayeli ngokubulala amaPalestina ingezanga nto. Benga mameli ivesi epha kwi-Exodus. Ibna le vesi yandahleng. Hayi ndiyayifuna. Kodwa let me tell you, thou shalt not kill. I think it's Exodus chapter 20, verse 7. It thou shalt not kill. So inqumbo kaThixo mayihle phezu kwabo for killing i-Palestinians ezingenzanga nto. But also, honorable members, this is a silly season, most people come and grandstand here and say we are politicking, hey. But just recently, and for quite a number of time, Lowstan hasn't thethwa ngaye apha, who does not even have a grade 12. Lowstan hasn't thethwa ngaye apha, has been consistent in saying they support Israel. Of course, because they are funded by Israel. They supported the march, yabantu who are pro-Israel, and when there was a conflict between them and those who are pro-Palestine, now they're putting the blame on the African National Congress to say, amapolisa ngawo adubule abantu. What were we supposed to do when abantu bebexabana kodwa bethunywe ngabo uba mabayo support amaSirayeli? Uthi ke ngoku we must not come here and politic. But they are politicking because before that march, there was a light bulb that said you are going to lose votes in the Western Cape if you continue with your support for Palestine. Now he comes here today dancing that we support both of them. I mean, right in the middle. They can't take a stand to say they support Palestine because abantu bayabulawa. Prof kwaseqaleni, when he started debating, he said, it's fine, they must live well together and live in peace and share the land. Ingase, I hope unabantwana. Ingase kuthiwe ngenye imini aba bantwana bakhe bayabhulishwa esikolweni. Athi yena, when he comes here and debate, athi, I wish my children would live in peace with the bullies and share the sweets. Because it doesn't work like that. We must all thank the progressive people and their formations in South Africa who came out in their numbers condemning this immoral behavior by the Israeli government. We also applaud the marches of that were undertaken by the international community in support of the Palestinian cause. This attests to our interconnectedness and solidarity as human beings in our hatred for injustice wherever it is committed. We are steadfast we are emphatic in the sense that imperialist will always be imperialist by any other name. And I repeat, imperialist will always be imperialist by any other name. I don't even have to give you examples, honorable members. Nizbonele imperialists in this debate. They did not vote with us in the National Assembly. They are not voting with us today. So they are imperialists. Whether their forefathers killed us, they remain imperialists even today. The African National Congress supports the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngomo. I'll call upon the acting premier. Your 10 minutes starts now, Honorable Acting Premier.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker, the Chair of Chairs, the honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests. The ANC-led government appreciates the tabling of the draft resolution on our solidarity with Palestine. Yesterday, our country marked 10 years since the passing of President Nelson Mandela. President Mandela was a proponent of peace and supported the two-state solution between Palestine and Israel. He affirmed that Israel must withdraw from the occupied territories of Palestine. As has been mentioned here earlier, I quote, "We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians," close quote. So as we add our voices to quell the current conflict, let us be reminded of Madiba's words. The struggle of the Palestinians is our struggle. The Honorable Acting Speaker, the world geopolitical system, including the multilateral bodies of the world, shall attest one day that their collective wisdom and capacity has never been of benefit to the oppressed people of many countries in general, and the people of Palestine in particular. It is becoming extremely difficult to witness the spate of atrocities afflicting that region. Over years, the territorial existence of Palestine has waned. Their right to self-determination has been undermined with unabated aggression by those heavily resourced by untouchable powers. Worse to consider is the fact that children, women, and the elderly have been the hardest hit in all the military attacks that have hit Palestine then and now. The most excruciating factor in recent times is the reported difficulty for the passage of medical assistances, inclusive personnel and medical supplies being barred to cross over to Gaza. This is extremely brutal and merciless, as it condemns those who have been injured never to get adequate treatment on time. We want to stress that the illegal occupation of Palestine by Israel is unlawful and violates Palestinian under the United Nations and international laws. The arbitrary detention and draconian controls in Gaza for more than 2.5 million Palestinians, with rationing of food, water, energy, violates the human rights, dignity, and self-determination of Palestinians. The punishment of Palestinians, the wanton destruction of their homes in Gaza, the killing of more than 15,000 civilians, particularly women and children, is genocidal. The leaders of Israel must be dragged to the International Court of Justice and be charged with war crimes and genocide against the Palestinian people. I knew it, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that when the DA and the Freedom Front Plus took stage here, they would not venture go that route. Just yesterday, they were crying wolf about the arrest of President Putin when he comes here, and today they are silent about the genocide by Israel on the people of Palestine. That's the hypocrisy on their side. Izindululo ze-United Nations sezohlwayo zorhwebo sizilindele zithathwe nange-Israel. Kuba nansi iyacinzela abantu basePalestine kumhlaba wabo. Ibulala abantu abangenatyala, ingakumbi abafazi nabantwana. Until we can see that kind of action from the United Nations, our effort to create a world order free from neocolonialism, oppression, exploitation, and discrimination will continue to be undermined. The situation I have just outlined clearly demonstrates that the global balance of forces is not favorable for progressive forces to champion their ideals. Nonetheless, we must do all that is necessary to push for peace, solidarity, and freedom in the world. We fully commend the intervention that has been made by the South African government, led by Comrade President Cyril Ramaphosa, which seeks to bring peace about peaceful mediated solutions to the Israel invasion of Palestine. Peaceful dialogue should be favored at all times to solve conflicts. As South Africa, we are better positioned, as Honorable Kasim said, to teach the world on that, because after years of fighting the apartheid regime, we sat down to chart a peaceful roadmap to freedom and democracy. South Africa's position on the Israel-Palestine war is guided by international law and human rights principles. Our foreign policy stance on Israel and Palestine issue has been influenced by our history of apartheid and oppression, as well our solidarity with the Palestinian people and their struggle for self-determination. We continue to advocate for the recognition of Palestine as a state by the international community. We are mindful of the fact that our position on the Israel-Palestine has been challenged and tested by various factors, such as our relations with other African countries, our role in the UN Security Council, our economic and trade interest, our domestic politics. We have faced criticism and pressure from some of our allies and partners, such as the US, the EU, for our stance on the issue. We have also faced internal divisions and debates among political parties, civil society, religious groups, and media over the issue. Therefore, our position on the Israel and Palestine conflict is not a simple one, but a complex and nuanced one that reflects our historical legacy, our moral values, and our desire to see lasting peace in the world. As argued above, President Cyril Ramaphosa has consistently led a very vocal and practical posture, first as a leader of the Revolutionary Liberation Movement, the African National Congress, and as a leader of democratic states to seek to urge everyone to find lasting peace and freedom of Palestinians. With no surprise, to many, the Palestinian Liberation Organization has always been a fraternal liberation movement to the African National Congress, and that relationship can never be traded off for any narrow convenience. Once again, President Ramaphosa had expressed serious concern when the truce period was expiring recently. Genuinely, he spoke on behalf of all of us, the peace-loving people in this country, the diaspora, and the rest of the world. There is no time to pretend to be empathetic to the crisis affecting the people's nationality and their freedom. We can never afford to commodify the lives and freedom of the people of Palestine. In the same breath, we have remained consistent that the peace initiatives in the region must gain speed and traction once and for all. Ours, and consistently throughout the world, is always to advocate for constructive and progressive dialogue to achieve peaceful coexistence among the people of the world. This does not exclude the people of Palestine in any practical and real manner. The right to freedom and territorial sovereignty is supreme to any self-loving people. We are hopeful that rebuilding of Gaza from its current ruins will now resume, and Israel and those who supported its attack on Gaza should fund the rebuilding of Gaza. Sadly, the loss of innocent lives will not be undone, but there must be consequences for leaders who authorized military aggression on Gaza. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Premier. I put the draft resolution. Any objection? Thank you, Honorable. I will ask the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Draft resolution, Mr. P.J. Botha, extreme poverty in the province.
Honorable Botha, your 10 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, all protocol observed. In South Africa, poverty and food insecurity are among the greatest challenges, and the Eastern Cape province is frequently measured as the poorest province in the country, trapped in structural poverty. Yes, our country and our province have tried to meet the challenges of poverty and food insecurity, but it's not enough. Such efforts have failed to set our people free on the road to prosperity. These efforts are also being undermined by state capture and corruption by political connected cronies who are siphoning off the largest chunk of the budget meant to cater to the needs of our people. Our mismanaged economy is contracting, government debt is rising, and a new demands for bailouts from captured failed state-owned enterprises, universities, and others just keep coming. Under such conditions, any government would be hard-pressed. But when you add the ANC government's failed ideologies, putting party before state, deploying incapable cadres to millionaire managers' posts, you have a recipe for disaster, with the people of our province being the casualties. When you look at the World Food Security Index, South Africa ranks 70th out of 113 countries. We urgently need new policy ideas to reverse the alarming increase in poverty among our population. And only the DA, with the help of the registered voters, can rescue South Africa from slipping into a failed state. Honourable Speaker, poverty, lack of access to food, low income, hunger, unemployment, and malnutrition are all interrelated because they undermine fundamental human rights and are undermining human dignity. The Constitution certainly provides that everyone has a right to access to sufficient food and my device is a bit problematic. The Constitution certainly provides that everyone has a right to access to sufficient food and that the state has a duty to ensure the progressive realization of socioeconomic right to food because human beings should enjoy freedom from fear and want. Poverty in rural households that are child and female-headed is a harsh reality in our province. The General Household Survey of 2019 indicates that rural households largely depend on social grants as their primary source of income and that children in rural provinces are multidimensional poor and thus more susceptible to experiencing food insecurity. The most recent Eastern Cape Human Rights Commission's provincial inquiry into child malnutrition and the right to food found that a substantial percentage of children in the Eastern Cape are suffering from various forms of malnutrition. The report states, and I quote, "Such a situation exposes a range of systematic failures and challenges the effectiveness of the state machinery in safeguarding the welfare of its youngest residents. The consequences of child malnutrition are long-lasting, severe challenges and affecting the individuals, but the community and the nation at large is the ones that are suffering. It possesses severe challenges to the state's commitments towards eradicating poverty, inequality, and other forms of social injustice," close quote. This report is irrefutable proof that the ANC government has drowned our people in deep waters of pain, sorrow, and despair. The ANC's appetite to eat more and share less is self-inflicted greed and impacts innocent children's physical and cognitive development, but also perpetuates a vicious cycle of poverty and compromised prospects. Honourable Speaker, to try and rectify their mistakes, to address poverty and food insecurity, the ANC government has developed integrated food security strategy for South Africa and various policies such as the Integrated Sustainable Rural Development Strategy, Comprehensive Rural Development Program Framework, and. So why are these strategies not bearing fruit and saving our people from drowning in a sea of poverty? Let me explain. And it's due to multifaceted problems that we are facing. But sufficient infrastructure is one of them. Roads are the second one. Irrigation, land management capabilities, lack of proper training and resource support. These are merely some of the reasons as to why subsistence farming as a poverty alleviation strategy has failed. Another reason is that the high unemployment levels, low income and poverty of most of our rural municipalities negatively affect the municipalities' ability to collect revenue for their citizens to extend and deliver various services as mentioned above. Consequently, revenue collection in these municipalities is low, and ultimately the municipalities become dependent on the national government for grants as they cannot build on their own revenue basis. The above discussion indicates that land is a vital asset in poverty alleviation for rural households, and land-based livelihoods should thus be sustainably promoted, especially in subsistence agriculture to counter land constraints. To enhance food security, a DA government will ensure an increase in agricultural output by supporting emerging farmers and households by fencing off agricultural lands and areas, making agricultural loans accessible, ensuring that high-quality agricultural extension services are offered, as in the Western Cape. The DA also recognizes that food security is a complex societal issue that requires urgent practical solutions and appreciate that we will have targeted policies with multi-pronged interventions and influencing policy to become more innovative and creative. We will adopt targeted and efficient strategies that promote access to sufficient food in rural households. We also acknowledge that the informal economy could be a hub for people to learn valuable skills, become a stepping stone for formal jobs, and a seedbed for larger, more competitive businesses in the food retail and food supply chain. We also intend to assist the urban farming participants to establish cooperatives, facilitate market days, and informal trading activities, where a portion of the harvested commodities are made available for supply, sale, and distribution to the public. Our tailor-made initiatives will enhance food availability and access to sufficient food, generate income for people, reduce poverty, and improve their standard of living. Tailor-made sustainability means an integration of economic, environmental, and social interventions appropriate to the local context, and the existing strategies for supporting food security must be relevant to the targeted community and uniquely designed to fit within their objectives.
Honourable Member, you have 2 minutes remaining.
The DA-run City of Cape Town has invested in food gardens by providing poor residents with starter kits, business development support, and the facilitation of commodities to retailers. 721 micro farmers are set to benefit from Cape Town City's 3 million urban agricultural program, which will fund the implementation of community food gardens projects in the local communities across all 24 sub-councils of the City of Cape Town. Our DA government will also provide support to new urban farmers using accessible spaces in local communities such as backyards, schools, open spaces around city buildings, churches, NGOs, clinics, and libraries that require no capital cost to the poor and the vulnerable. The DA believes that food gardens in the future will absolutely assist the poorest of the poor become self-sustainable and self-reliant. In the Western Cape, we offer these people that are engaging in food gardens a cash amount of 200,000 Rand each. These cash amounts are transferred in 3 trans payments and are monitored and supported to ensure that they are successful at the end of the day. The Western Cape is also focusing on establishing agri-processing in rural areas, as food prices are much higher for people living there than in the cities. In the 2020-21 financial year, the Western Cape Department of Agriculture rolled out 2,780 food garden security projects, of which 142 were community projects, 26 were school food gardens, 2,612
your time
were
is up.
household food security.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member.
We therefore believe that this motion should be supported.
Thank you, Honourable Botha. Calling on the EFF, Honourable Madikizela. Absent, Honourable Zinti from the UDM. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, today we champion the implementation of food gardens as a potent solution to combat extreme poverty in the Eastern Cape province. This initiative represents more than just cultivating crops. It's a beacon of hope and empowerment of communities struggling with dire economic circumstances. The Eastern Cape Province faces formidable challenges with poverty rates that demands immediate, sustainable solutions. Food gardens offer multifaceted benefits. Firstly, they provide a reliable and nutritious source of food, addressing immediate hunger and malnutrition issues. By growing their food, communities can ensure access to fresh produce, thereby improving health outcomes and reducing healthcare costs. Secondly, the gardens serve as engines of economic empowerment. They create avenues for income generations through surplus sales in local markets, thus lifting individuals and families out of the poverty cycle. The potential for entrepreneurship blooms as these gardens not only sustain livelihoods, but also encourage development of small-scale businesses around agriculture. Moreover, the establishment of food gardens fosters a sense of community cohesion. Through shared responsibility and collaboration, individuals learn to work together towards a common goal. This not only fosters social bonds, but also instills a sense of ownership and pride in maintaining these gardens. Critics might argue about the logical challenges or short-term nature of such interventions. However, UDM asserted that with the proper planning, education, and sustained support, these gardens can yield long-term benefit. Education about sustainable agricultural practices and the involvement of local stakeholders are critical components for the success and sustainability of these initiatives. In conclusion, food gardens represent a holistic approach to address extreme poverty. They provide sustenance, create economic opportunities, foster community bonds, and promote self-reliance. By investing in these gardens, we invest in the well-being and prosperity of the Eastern Cape Province. While the concept of food gardens is commendable, we must acknowledge the potential challenges and limitation of relying solely
You have 1 minute remaining,
on this
Honourable Member.
initiative to combat extreme poverty in the Eastern Cape Province. The UDM accept the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. You still had a minute left, Honourable Member. Thank you. I note that on the order paper there is the ATM. I see that Freedom Front Plus will be speaking. Over to you, Honourable Burger. So we'll just delete them. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, we all know the high prices of food and commodities in South Africa. Allow me to begin with an unpopular statement. State policy in South Africa does not protect the farming community. There are many examples of policy that directly relates to the increased cost of food. Let us also not forget the huge cut that the middleman takes, that despite the fact that the middleman has very little risk. Poverty is a very real reality. Far too many people go hungry day in and day out. Being hungry is just one of many socio-economic issues that people need to cope with. Madam Speaker, in order to alleviate the pressure on people to survive, I support the concept of small farms or subsistence farming. The concept is good and easy. The practical side, however, is not so easy. In order to become a successful small farmer, the following is required: land, soil that is suitable for food production, water, enough water of good quality, tools, the correct tools for the required application, willingness, someone that is willing to work very hard and willing to learn, propagation material, seed or seedlings, roots or cuttings, bulbs or tubers, crop protection. Crops need to be protected from animals, insects, and a variety of diseases. Madam Speaker, I believe that mentorship plays a vital role, and without mentorship program in place,
You have 1 minute remaining, Honourable Member.
many initiatives in the past has collapsed. Monitoring is vital. All the newly established small farms needs to be inspected and monitored to ensure the continued existence of production of crops. And lastly, money. Money, Madam Speaker, someone needs to make money available to initiate a number of pilot projects. Once these have been proven to be successful, the concept can be rolled out on a larger scale. No one should go to sleep hungry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Berger. Now we now call upon the ANC, Honourable Konza. Your 14 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker and the Acting Premier, Honourable Chief Whip, the House at large, protocol observed. Good afternoon. Honourable Speaker, I must say that we are still in reeling shock from the devastating news of the initiates that were gunned down in Ngamako yesterday. As if the woes that government and society deal with whenever this season comes, involving death of initiates from reasons that we thought we are managing, and a battle that we felt we are winning. Now a callous act no one could have imagined has just made these young men to be statistics of such senseless deaths. Our hearts are with their families, and for them we pray for strength and healing. In recent motions and matters of public importance in this House, tabled by members, with the very recent one by the Honourable Chief Whip in the past weeks, commitment and best wishes pleaded for the safe return of all initiates back to their homes, with the Mabaye Bephila, Babuye Bephila slogan. Honourable members, we have no option but to continue to work with society in fighting any further losses of the lives of our own young boys. In the same vein, Honourable Speaker, we shall continue to fight with the societal ills and the rising poverty levels ravaging our communities, with the escalating economic pressures making matters not any easier. It is in that spirit, Honourable members, that whilst the ANC supports the motion on food gardens to reduce extreme poverty as presented by the DA, it does so with amendments. The ruling party, government, and by extension, social development, already identified food security and community food gardens in particular as solutions to deter poverty escalation. These institutions anchored their stance on both the ANC's manifesto and its resolutions, which continue to shape policies and programs by various departments in government to address problems of food scarcity and poverty alleviation. On food security and food gardens, the ANC resolved, and I quote this one, to ensure unrestricted development of urban and pavement gardens to increase food security, and to ensure support for community and cooperative food gardens. So this is a resolution of the ANC. It already exists. These are pillared against the resolve of ensuring that agricultural and other policies have a positive impact on household food security, food prices, and environmental sustainability. These resolutions have translated into policies by departments performing to the corresponding competencies outlined in the resolutions as mentioned above. The motion in its current form, Honourable Speaker, mischievously suggests that no plans and policy directives exist on aspects of food security and food gardens. Furthermore, it fails to approach poverty as a complex phenomenon with a plethora of factors contributing to it. These include, but not limited to, issues of unequal society, issues of land ownership, rapid rise in the cost of living, high input costs, aftermath of COVID-19 and issues of climate change, with the problems that it poses on the realization of the same food gardens and agricultural development in general. What the motion fails to ignite, Honorable Speaker, is a broader debate on transforming food systems for equity, nutrition, environmental sustainability, and resilience. On another note, Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress is clear on its grants policy as another issue raised in the motion, and the issue of sustainable livelihoods. However, it can't be expected that the grant system is designed to wipe off poverty completely on their own. Other factors need to be considered. Whatever program is suggested, therefore, should wisely suggest ways to contest the effects of climate change, social inequalities, and economic market complexities that affect food provisioning in general. Honorable Speaker, there are 3 blind spots that the motion overlooked when considering the intervention that it suggests. 1, the motion concentrates on the silo mentality and narrow focus on poverty and hunger as an approach which hides much wider set of inequalities and vulnerabilities. 2, it exposes insufficient recognition of the diversity of rural and urban households and the rise of mental health issues due to several social factors that might have led to the incidents that are mentioned in the same motion, those incidents of the mothers that have killed their children. Those can't be solely attributed to poverty, but there are other issues that need to be taken into by government and society that need intervention, and an example of that is the mental case issue. The motion demonstrates inadequate appreciation of the impact of rapid structural changes in markets, physical environment, and existing political economic context. An understanding of these realities will help shape a better understanding of necessary systems to align steps towards poverty alleviation with wider transformation of food systems. And by extension, it will ensure corresponding interventions without hiccups in its implementations, output, and sustainable impacts. The Department of Social Development has to accept, though, that 26 household community food gardens per year and a 78.4% rate of functionality among those established over 3 years is not enough to reverse the high rate of household food insecurity or food security, which is prevalent in our province, Honorable MEC. Rather, the province requires almost about between 70 to 100 similar household community gardens to be established per annum to reverse the tide of food insecurity. However, the strength of the approach adopted by the department to address poverty and food insecurity through promoting household and community food gardening lies in the partnerships established with the local communities that sustain the impact of investment by government. It should be noted, though, that the impact of this household/community partnership model is constrained by limited resources and personnel. By implication, this could affect the number and scale of similar initiatives to be established across the province to address the identified problem. To recognize the attempts already made by the department, this House should therefore resolve to amend the motion as follows. 1, that adequate personnel should be provided to support these interventions to ensure functionality, success, and to maximize impact. 2, that the Department of Social Development's household community partnership model to promote food production and nutrition security in communities be endorsed by this House and supported. 3, that the household community partnerships model of the Department of Social Development be adequately resourced to allow for scaling up and effective monitoring to cover all the 39 poorest wards by 2025-26. 4, that the issue of food gardens should be implemented on a comprehensive integrated approach by all concerned departments and partners in the food security process. Solo mentality in this approach will never work. 5, the Department of Social Development, working with SASSA, especially on the issue of grants, should ensure that payment of existing social grants are paid on time and without glitches, especially when considering the proposed upcoming shift of SASSA grant payments from the post office to the banks. We note with concern and we want to make a very strong emphasis that the issue of transferring SASSA grants from the post office to the banks might pose problems and might cause some hindrances here and there for our people to understand the processes followed. That is why, therefore, we propose that a very intensive program of capacitating our people and programs of awareness on the new system that is coming up should be embarked on, and leaflets should be placed at every critical point of the Eastern Cape and the country. Honorable Speaker, nothing, therefore, as proposed by the motion, demands the Premier to lobby anyone, because already programs and policies that are favoring our people but need to be strengthened on already exist. What the government needs to do is to ensure that, as from the level of the province up to national, those policies are implemented. There is nothing, therefore, that also the Premier has to lobby on the matter of a free tax on food. That is a policy issue that the African National Congress knows on how to deal with issues that deal with such matters, and therefore will take the same process if and when necessary to do so. I must say, Honorable Speaker, that the ANC, therefore, whilst it supports this program because it is its program, by the way, for starters, it therefore proposes the amendments as outlined above. I must say, in my remaining minutes, Honorable Speaker, that, one came to this debate with a very heavy heart, especially with the previous debate that was here, because it shows that the same people that are coming up with amendments or with proposals on policy shift and change in relation as to the poor of the poorest in our Eastern Cape don't know the meaning of that, don't even comprehend the meaning of that, if they are going to support the devastation of the Palestinians. Sometimes I wonder,
Honorable Member, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Sometimes I wonder, Honorable Speaker, thank you, whether some people are just representing their parties in the body of the DA here. Because there is a lot of flip-flopping and a lot of people that we don't know what they say and where they stand. And it is sad that sometimes we are reminded of the past that we come from. And that sometimes when we look at our own honorable members, we feel sad and we feel sorry that we are in the same room with people that can support the genocide that is taking place in Palestine. In the same vein, Honorable Speaker, we need, as the province, to understand our plight, the plight of the country, the plight of the world, and know that we will never live in isolation. Those that are affecting others are the same that have affected us in the past. And we have no guarantee that they are not going to affect us in the future. I am saying these things, Honorable Speaker, because as I was sitting there, it was even hard to stand up and come and debate after such way of dealing with the issue of Palestine. It's sad, Honorable Speaker, but we have the hope that one day people will see what we meant and people will understand the importance of human lives and the value of the lives of the children and the people of Palestine. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Konsa. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Fanta. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Acting Premier, MECs present here, Honourable members present, inkosi zezilakwetu, nabefundisi bethu, molweni, good afternoon. Honourable Speaker, I am tempted to put aside my speaker's notes. Today we are forced basithetho ngegadi. Kwafikwa apha thina sinemihlaba thina kwelizwe. Kwafika abantu thina apha sinemihlaba emikhulukazi silima amasimi kuphuma amazimba kuphuma imbona kuphuma imbotyi sitye sihluthe. Zange kufike silambile apha. Basiforsa kwi-trust. Abantu bethu bawuhlala kwizikwaters. Abantu bethu bawuhlala kwizikwaters benemihlaba yabo. Asabi nazinkomo zolima umhlaba. Ngoku kuthiwa ngoku masibheke egadini. Bafundisa thina igadi. Fundisa thina igadi thina siqhele iiankile ngeeankile zokulima. Hence uMadiba led department wayiname social development because wayeyazi uba kukho abantu abahlutsheziweyo apha ngoba le department yindoda kubahlolokazi nguyise wenkedama ngumsulu wenyembezi kumehlalelayo namhlanje abacinezeli bethu who took our land banesibindi bane-audacity sozokuma apha bazothi si-amenda i-constitution section 25 abafuni loo nto bazokuma apha sixela ngegadi asifuni igadi sifuna umhlaba sifuna umhlaba into esifunayo sizokulima amazimba ethu la sasikhule ngawo sikhule ngamazimba thina izuzu zibhokoxele thina ngamazimba umbona siwulime senze umilimili sitye sihluthe sikhule ngamathanga khule emasimini ethu sitye imixoxozi thina asizokwazi ke ngokuba sixelelwe ngegadi. What is gadi? Sifuna umhlaba wonke umuntu abe nefama yakhe apha. Namhlanje Mr Berger banemihlaba bane-ankile ezinga-20 miles bayithatha phi imihlaba yethu leyo siyayifuna ibuye masingazokuxelelwa ngegadi ke ngoku indlala siyayazi thina kuthethwa ngegranti igranti thina apho yayikhona yayinkamnkam mna ndifunde ngele yayi-afgorweni yayiphuma emveni kweenyanga eziyi-4 mna ndifundiswe ngayo igranti yayikhona ngoko yayiphuma emveni kweenyanga eziyi-4 iye-afgorweni ingafundisa abantu lo rhulumente wenze nyanga nanyanga umntu abe nesidima akhululeke umntana omdala onedisability ngela xesha labo kwakufuneka afihlwe ezikolweni apho ndikhule khona umbane wawusiya kwibhulu elalilinye elalinevenkile ezingayazi uba iyithathe phi na inomhlabakazi eKwelehana thina abantu bazelelwe phaa eKwelehana sinamhlaba kodwa ibhulu elitye lalikubiste Klekas unomhlaba omkhulu sizokuxelwa ngegadi apha. We're not fighting for a gadi thina, we're fighting for land. Sizokulima intsangu zethu siphila zintsangu zethu kuzophila abantu bakuthi uhealth uyayidinga laa ntsangu kodwa umhlaba ukho uyilima asifuni ulima egadini sifuna ulima kweza hectares zethu sinazo sifuna ulutsha lwethu lume ngenyawo luyokulima the hectares ezinkulu ezikhona masingazokuxelelwa ngegadi yalapha emvani kwendlu. Nutritional food sikhule ngayo thina apha eMzantsi Afrika sikhule ngamazimba sityebe siteketeke sikhule ngamathanga sikhule ngombona sisitya umphothulo namasi enkomo zakwethu thina masingaxelelwa ngegadi ke thatha igadi uyise kokwenu wandikhuleka thina sikhulele emhlabeni omkhulukazi siyafuna uba xa si-emenda i-constitution u-25% umhlaba uze ebantwini votani nathi uba ni-serious votani nathi sibuyisele umhlaba ebantwini sanuba hypocritic apha sincedeni don't be hypocritic please umhlaba mawuze ebantwini bawo sithi people shall share umhlaba wethu lo nawuthatha the next thing izosixelela ngendlala apha. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. I can see the debate is lively. Honorable members, order, honorable members. I am quite sure that the two young ladies in the gallery must be enjoying themselves. Sometimes does not go like this. Sometimes they are very angry with each other. Today, I can assure you, it's the end of the year. Honorable members, can I then therefore put the draft resolution as presented by Honorable J.P.J. Botha, the extreme poverty in the province? No, no, no. I don't have to ask you to accept. I will ask the House. I'm asking for, I put the draft resolution in its original form for acceptance. Can I then, there is an amendment, 5 points with amendments. Can I then table those amendments for adoption? No, that's not good enough for the House. Thank you, honorable members. So the draft resolution will be amended with the 5, from the ANC, the 5 areas as expressed by Honorable Konza, and we have it here on record because I could not write fast enough. It was quite laborious. So that is how the draft resolution as presented by Honorable Botha with the 5 amendments will then go through. Honorable members, I will therefore ask the Secretary to read the 4th order of the day. Honorable members, please.
Draft resolution by Honorable Maqashela on fighting against organized crime.
Honorable Chief Whip. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Akufunekanga ndize apha ndingakhwazwanga. Let me take the opportunity to greet you, Honorable Speaker, the acting Premier, Honorable Mlungisi Mvoko, the executive committee members, the members of this august house, and the guests, as well as my special guest, my 2 daughters there. Honorable Speaker, I moved a notice of motion in terms of Rule 131 that this House notes that as the African National Congress, we are determined to build a united democratic society where all people, despite of race, class, and gender, can live in harmony and free from violent and organized crimes. This aspiration, well articulated in the 1955 Freedom Charter, when it says, I quote, "There shall be work and security," recognizes that the Freedom Charter also places equal human rights at the heart of freedom, and therefore the increasing levels of crime infringe our people of this fundamental inheritance. Acknowledge that organized crime remains an antithesis to the Freedom Charter, and further acknowledge that organized crime is putting a stranglehold on economic growth and development of the province and the country. Applaud the swift progress in dealing with the organized crimes in rural areas. Between January and March 2022, robbery at residential areas have dropped.
Honorable members, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members, no, you are doing a disservice to the Honorable Chief Whip.
Not the unruly individual is Nyalambese here.
Honorable
And I
Chief
don't
Whip, there's
want
one
to-
speaker, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to be forthright, Honorable Speaker, and not beat about the bush. Acknowledge that the organized crime remains an antithesis of the Freedom Charter, and further acknowledge that organized crime is putting a stranglehold on economic growth and development of the province and the country. We applaud the swift progress in dealing with the organized crime in rural areas. Between the months of January and March 2022, robbery at residential areas have dropped from 56 to 48 cases in January to March 2023. Also, robbery at non-residential areas have dropped from 11 in January to March 2022 to 6 during the same period in 2023. Appreciate the work done by government to enact people's organs to govern and be the eye of the state within our communities. These structures play a pivotal role in intercepting criminal networks and reporting organized crime. This is revealed, for example, by the fact that crime stats reveals that the common robbery, especially against women, is at alarming levels. Robberies against women account for 152 compared to the 48 robberies against male counterparts during January to March 2023. It just expresses the organized crime we are confronting in the province. Madam Speaker, it remains a societal responsibility to join forces with all other partners in order to combat crime for the emergence of social cohesion. Now, as we enter the period of the festive season, law enforcement agencies must also be vigilant, as we cannot give in to criminal and lumpen elements to do as they wish. We must win the war against crime. As safety and well-being of our communities in the Eastern Cape is a collective effort of all social partners, but the authority of the state must be felt, as this time of celebration and joy should be marked by unity, merriment, and shared happiness. However, it is also a period that demands our utmost vigilance and concerted efforts to ensure the safety of our citizens. We are aware that organized crimes in the form of robberies, stock theft, fraud, scammers, and all other forms of organized tend to flare up during this time of the year. Therefore, we must urge and support law enforcement agencies to enforce the law and encourage everyone coming or from the province to observe and obey the law. As many crimes on our roads are as a result of drinking and driving, it must be an order of the day that there will be consequences if such happens in the Eastern Cape roads. We urge the law enforcement agencies to strengthen their hand in the fight against acts of gender-based violence as they tend to flare up, particularly at this time. Liquor outlets in the form of taverns trading in our township must observe and adhere to their trading conditions and hours. Madam Speaker, we therefore resolve, 1, to accelerate all our efforts to combat organized crime through the resuscitation of all community policing fora in a more inclusive manner. 2, that ordinary citizens and relevant government departments to revive safe channels for crime reporting and enhance state response on reported crime and detection. Create awareness campaigns to promote community involvement on crime for easy prosecution of criminals. Call on state security agencies to be proactive in this fight against organized crime through strengthening the intelligence arm of the law enforcement. To urge provincial government to strengthen the provincial strategy in dealing with safety. Strengthen partnership with traditional to manage movement of stock in villages. And lastly, in a bid to protect the people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Chief. Call the DA. I can see that, Honourable Stevenson. Your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's very good to be standing here at this podium after I spent 6 weeks in hospital in June and July because I couldn't walk. So I know many of you are happy to see me. But I hope you'll be just as happy after speaking. Yeah. We do face a real onslaught of crime in the Eastern Cape with a high rate of violent crime. When we start looking at organized crime, we are placed third in Africa for mafia-style criminal networks and syndicates. South Africa's organized crime statistics should leave no member here under any illusion that we are winning the worst crime. When we consider that South Africa is placed 7th out of 190 countries on the Global Organized Crime Index, we should ask ourselves why this problem continues to exist. And people are paying for their lives because of the high crime rate. Nelson Mandela Bay is plagued with gangsterism and drugs, with over 3,000 people murdered in the last 2.5 years. Gangsterized women in the eastern part of the problem and on our daily being gunned down. Kidnapping. But city tops the East Cape list for the highest number of kidnappings. The Eastern Cape remains one of the most affected provinces with regard to it, a shocking 25.6% increase. What has been done to stop these kidnappings? Cash and transit incidents have risen too. The cash and transit Association of South Africa has seen an 8% in incidents from January to September, and we know the reason when cash and transit heists increase. These are highly trained people that use high caliber automatic weapons and explosives. Our roads, as has been pointed out, are becoming a war zone. Hijackings remain alarmingly high, and there are 66 vehicles in 2008. And we must remember the Scorpions had a 95% success rate. Of course, there's the Zondo Commission findings. How many high-profile people have been implicated and prosecuted to date? I don't know of a single one. My party has taken a step to ensure that accountability in this country is strengthened, that our institutions are protected, that trust is rebuilt, and that independence and impartiality become the order of the day. We have tabled legislation for a new Chapter 9 anti-corruption body. Only by having an anti-corruption body that can work independently of the executive and without the threat of disbandment will truly see real change. If we respond to them quickly, make the arrests, and get cases to court, it can have an impact. It is really that simple. All of you will remember what happened in the 2010 World Cup. We must do it again. It just requires leadership. This province needs to do more than strengthen the provincial safety strategy. SAPS needs to be held accountable. Honourable members, in terms of Section 2075 of the Constitution, the Provincial SAPS Commissioner has to table an annual report in the Provincial Legislature. This used to happen, but I have not seen a report like that for a number of years. And we need to ask the question, why is SAPS not tabling an annual report that's required by the Constitution in this House? I'm sorry, it's an utter disgrace. The SAPS is accountable in terms of the Constitution, also to the Provincial Legislature. We have the power to call them here to answer questions in terms of the Constitution, and we need to exercise more stringent oversight and accountability. Statistics prove that organised crime has become indicative of South Africa's descent into lawlessness, and we cannot remain unable or unwilling to do something about it. The World Bank estimates the impact of crime to South Africa's economy costs at least 10% of the GDP per year. When I was driving through the streets around here the other day, I saw a slogan of the African National Congress: take your future into your hands. Is that because government can no longer look after you? This is what the people need to do. We need to adopt the whole of society approach of the DA, where we get all role players involved in the fight against crime. The Democratic Alliance is getting ready to govern South Africa. I've seen the opinion polls. Some days, both the DA and the ANC are in the 30s. We are getting ready to govern, and a strong DA-led government will rescue this country. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I'd like to thank the mover of this motion. I think it's a very good motion and a very good debate that we need to have, and just pray that something good will come out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Stevenson. From the EFF, Honourable Guy, your 5 minutes start now.
Thank you, Speaker. Mandibulise endlini ngokubanzi ndithi molweni. Honourable Speaker, the levels of crime in this province do not only suggest the failures of our policing, but also of a failed government who cannot deal with crime in general. Might against women, children, and organized crime is raised by Honourable Maqashela. Speaker, here we are dealing with a very demotivated women and men in blue, people that are not properly resourced, not properly paid, who in return have become part of syndicates who do not do these heists, extortion, and robberies. The only intervention was the thing of ranks within people are now generals. Hence, they are always on TV to mourn with us ordinary people. The presented plan acknowledges the ideals of freedom charters, but leans heavily reactive measures rather than addressing the root cause of organized crime, while urging citizens' involvement and calling for strengthening law enforcement and safety strategies. It lacks a holistic approach to preventing crime by focusing predominantly on post-crime responses. A more comprehensive alternative could involve the root cause of analysis, conducting studies to identify socio-economic factors fueling organized crime, such as poverty, lack of opportunities, and systematic inequalities. Targeted intervention, developing targeted intervention addressing specific crime forms like extortion, heist, and killings by combining law enforcement with social and economic development initiatives. Global corporations, collaborating with international bodies and neighboring countries to curb transnational organized crime networks. Sorry. This alternative approach not only addresses the symptoms, but also aims to address the underlying causes of organized crime, fostering a more sustainable and proactive solution in line with the envisioned society of peace, security, and development outlined in the Freedom Charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, when I indicate the time remaining, that does not mean you have to stop your debate. I am just
with the necessary tools to investigate and prosecute the syndicate effectively. Engaging communities is pivotal in preventing the recruitment of vulnerable individuals into criminal networks. Education, social programs, and job opportunities must be provided to dissuade youth falling prey to criminal influence. Building resilient communities that reject the lure of organized crime is essential for long-term success. While the strategies proposed are commendable, the fight against organized crime is complex and multifaceted, and punitive measures might not address the socio-economic factors that drive individuals into these criminal activities.
You have 1 minute remaining.
To effectively combat organized crime, emphasis should be placed on addressing underlying socio-economic disparities, reducing inequality, and creating avenues for legitimate livelihoods. Neglecting these aspects may result in a cyclical battle where dismantling one criminal network leads to the rise of another due to persisting economic vulnerabilities. In conclusion, this battle cannot be won through singular efforts, but requires a synchronized, holistic approach that prioritizes both short-term and long-term systemic changes. Thank you. UDM supports the motion.
Thank you so much, Honorable Zinti. Thank you. I call upon the ANC Honorable Lelanga. Your 14 minutes starts now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, MEC is present here. I wanted to say good morning in the name of the ANC. As an international in other countries in the morning now. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, may I from the onset express our unwavering support on the motion tabled by the Chief Whip of the majority party in the way of the Provincial Legislature. As the ANC, we are committed on combating crime and violence in our country. Crime in general, and organized crimes in particular, not only endangers the lives of ordinary citizens of our country, but also threatens our own very statehood. The series of assassinations that are fast becoming a permanent feature of our political engagement may be characterized as a prelude to widespread political engagement. The government must leave no stone unturned in bringing perpetrators to book of violence and crime in our country. Today, we still wonder what happens to the killers of Comrade Cindy Somakata and scores of our public representatives. And these brutal killings have had a spillover effect to senior administrators of our public service over the years. Honorable Speaker, if you are to avoid public anger on this area, we may result into retaliation and counter-retaliation. We must move with speed on this matter of assassinations. We must be kept abreast of the developments on a continuous basis. Those of us who have any suspicion that they may be targets of these drastically and reprehensible deeds must be proactive in approaching the relevant authorities. Killings of ordinary civilians on large scales has all the hallmarks of a country at war itself. What is most frustrating is not only the fact that the perpetrators remain at large in many cases, but also their motives, which remains unknown. Our hearts and our empathies go to those surviving victims of these attacks who, on a daily basis, must look over their shoulders for fear of repeat attacks by the offenders. It is painful when individual citizens, while dealing with the loss of their family members or companions, must live fear on a daily basis. The touching economy that we used to pride ourselves with in the past is that in the hands of the free nationals. A cursory look at the causes of original owners leasing out their business premises will reveal that it was their lack of capital, breaks in, goods theft, and lack of business skills, among others, that compels them to lease out their business premises to foreign nationals. Presently, our people are hesitant to return their businesses for fear of being killed in their premises because they refuse to pay what is called protection fees by authorities. We are told that the very people who are demanding protection fees from our business owners are the very creators of killings of business people in urban and rural areas. I'm aware that many businesses operating in townships have succumbed to this demand for their survival. This is a phenomenon that is quite foreign in the province and the country and requires the immediate attention of government, including carrying out through research on the touching economy as promised by the provincial government. Honourable Speaker, cash in transit heists have become a weekly occurrence in our country and have taken a clear militaristic form and character. The military hardware that is being used and the speed with which cash in transit heists are prosecuted leaves all of us in awe and disgust. The caliber, the look and the feel of these weapons make us wonder where they are being manufactured, because you can see that they are relatively new and can't be from the stock of 80s and 90s. We've noted some pockets of success registered by our law enforcement agencies in some parts of the country in this regard. However, the owners of cash in transit business have an onerous duty to protect soldiers to deal head-on with all forms of mafia and in all the areas of terrorism. The black berets of the SAPS must fill in the void. We can't allow South Africa, by extension our life, to be ruled by wanton and sheer criminals forever. Sawugqiba ukulwa kangaka angeke somlomo obekulezivume makudilishwane nezikelemnqa zibe kwindawo ezifaneleyo. There are a few things I want also to deal with. The first one, dealing with crime and violence. Let's not cry over the spoiled milk and say that when there were scorpions, things would be better. Let's advise and provide solutions on how best together we can fight and reduce crime and violence in our country. Let's stop dreaming about being government in waiting. The issue of crime doesn't allow populism or opportunism. It requires leadership who understand the effect of crime in our country and what needs to be done. Because dreaming by being a government in waiting there's nothing to do with combating crime in our country. It's more about politicizing crime. I don't support the politicized, but coming together. Because we can come together, we can be better. Madam Speaker, allow me to draw attention to the role that the state may be playing in laying a fatal part for the proliferation of organized crime in our country. When public officials are involved in the shameless looting of state resources, when bribery, nepotism, and all kinds of malfeasance are the order of the day in the public service, that is a clear signal to a potential and actual criminal that is all well, as such that they can go ahead with their criminal activities with impunity. The state must be hard in combating crime in our country, in all the ranks. And we must make sure that everybody is protected. We shall not allow in the days of our democracy where crime undo and ravage our society. We must fight crime. We must fight criminals. Our agents, our police must fight crimes must fight criminals. And all of us as individuals, we come from societies. We must be part of assisting those who are fighting crime to fight crime. As I said earlier, that the ANC support the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Dlelanga. We now call upon the MEC, Honorable Ngata. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Acting Premier, Honorable MPs, Honorable Members, Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature and the Majority Party, like Honorable Nkomonye, no HOD is too great. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests there, the young ladies, good evening. The Department of Community Safety welcomes the notice motion tabled by the Honorable Chief Whip. We are the first one, as the ANC-led government, to acknowledge the crime levels that are totally unacceptable that are facing our country and facing our province in particular. And we have no options like others because we are true. South Africa is the only country and we hold one citizenship of South Africa. Those who have the benefit of another citizenship have the choice and the option of sending our country to the criminals. We are the first one to say that this is a huge challenge, but I can assure the members of the House and the citizens of the Eastern Cape that our government and the members of SAPS are working very hard to defeat crime in the province. As I stand here, we have decreased in 17 categories of crime in the province have decreased. And only in the second, we have secured 61 life sentences. And as I stand here, almost all prisons in the province are more than 100% overcrowded. That owes to the work of SAPS, not because prisoners have just had a march into prison. SAPS has worked and arrested them, and they've investigated and secured full convictions. That is the work of our SAPS. In all the matters that have taken place in the province, whether in Gqeberha, whether in Mthatha, SAPS has made successful arrests in all of them. Those alleged criminals are behind the bars. But we are quite determined that we must work such that our fight against crime is preventative, so that we must prevent these matters. So, Honorable Chair, the department has embarked on an urgent research study on the unfolding new crimes that have emerged, which honorable members have raised, which has challenged the authority of the state in a very bold fashion, very dangerous fashion, including the blockade, the hijacking took place there next to the Kai River. Those are things that we're taking to heart. And the ANC, in its 55th National Congress, noted the following. I quote, crime have become increasingly greater problem for the country. Communities live in fear, worried about gangsterism, armed robberies, rape and murder. Women and children are particularly vulnerable to the violence perpetrated against them by men. The economy is being held back by damage to infrastructure, extortion, construction sites mafia, the corruption, proliferation of illicit economy, and the high cost of securing businesses and assets, close quote. We are steadfastly and consistently focused on the implementation of a provincial safety strategy. We are not working out of a vacuum. We have a plan to fight against crime as an ANC government. And our strategy is anchored on 6 pillars to address crime. And the executive office work is through the provincial steering committee, provincial and justice prevention, and security cluster led, by the ANC on net. and we're prioritizing all these serious crimes. Honorable members, to manage this complex task to reduce crime, the department, in advancement of its legislative mandate, has engaged on the following key strategic programs to oversee the implementation of the provincial safety strategy. We've ensured that we strengthen the functionality of the JCPS cluster through the implementation of the multi-sectoral approach and deepened contribution of the district development model. We've ensured that working towards a provincial submission for the review of the national policy, to ensure that we oversee the implementation of the recovery plans of the crime trends as reported through quarterly crime statistics releases. Every time, as I'll be tabling the crime statistics tomorrow in Gqeberha, when we table crime statistics, it's sort of a plan. How are we going to respond informed by that data? And we're quite taking conscious steps in that regard. And engaging in the meaningful provincial and national partnerships to improve crime combating capacities. As a result, we have entered into an agreement with the government, the state of Lower Saxony, to share lessons and also getting to pilot other projects in our fight in the province. And therefore, the implementation of community-level-based mobilization is a critical part of our strategy as we intervene against crime to ensure that we bring about active citizenry, that communities take control of their streets, of their villages, of their townships against thugs. It is using intelligence information that we've been able to prevent, that we've been able to make successful arrests because of this thing. And we, as I said, that we're the first ones to admit that remains the weakest link. Some of these incidents are avoidable, let alone that some of the incidents, particularly sexual offenses, many of them are not policeable because they take place between people who know each other. They take place within households. Those are some of the challenges that we're confronting. Hence the need to mobilize society to be a part and parcel of the whole fight against lawlessness, against crime in the province.
Honorable MEC, you have 2 minutes remaining.
So thank you, Honorable Chair. So promoting of the intelligence becomes a central pillar. So, Honorable Speaker, as part of encouraging collaboration between police and community members, last year we launched our campaign, the Musa Ukuthula Kusonakala. It's gaining momentum in the province. Honorable members, it's critically clear that we cannot have police in each and every household, as I've said. And therefore, Musa Ukuthula Kusonakala, simply translated, loosely translated, don't keep quiet when wrong things are being done. This is a campaign that we must mobilize our communities around. And as we enter this period, as I close down of festive season, we're just going to see an increase in the number of movement of people, an increase in the volume of vehicles on our road, and an increase in chances of horrific accidents. We call upon the provincial government for all citizens to ensure that safety is each and everyone's responsibility. It's important to obey the rules of the road, and our law enforcement agencies will be all out to ensure that we act against lawlessness, against wrongdoing. And all of us, let's arrive alive. Let's ensure that as leadership, we play our own role across the political divide to ensure that we provide leadership as honorable members than to be armchair critics. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the draft resolution as tabled by the Honorable Chief Whip. Any objections?
Never.
Thank you. Honorable members, I ask the Secretary to read the fifth order of the day.
Draft resolution, Ms. K. Fihlani, fake foods and illegal dumping.
Honorable Fihlani, Deputy Chief Whip, your 10 minutes starts now.
Manibulise pha kwintombi zamabhele eqala somlo. Ndize ke kuwe nakogxa bam bonke ababalapha kulendlu yoqingqiso umthetho. Uthi ke lo mongo kuthiwe ke ndisunyelwe ke pha Honorable Speaker kuthiwe utyalo buyadliwa zintsipho. So ndawuzama ke noba mizuzu mithathu kuthiwe butyalo buyadliwa zintsipho. Andazi uba how to translate that when Honorable Jane. Uthi ke lo mongo wami endibeke kuyo namhlanje, we dealing with fake foods and illegal dumping. Sithi ke siqala nje ngelithi kwezi ndawo esikuzo, kwilali esikhulele kuzo, kwilokishi abantu abahlala kuzo, uzafumanisa uba kunezinto ezininzi eziyimfucuza ezilahlwayo phaya ezingcolisa oku kusingqongileyo, ezinye zibe zingxaki kwezempilo. Zinto kujongileyo uba noko zinezinto ezinosiphatha kakubi ekuhlaleni ezifuna ukuncedwa ke kuthi. Ndike wena kuthi. We have also seen, we've been inundated with the reports of fake goods ezigcwele ekuhlaleni again, of which abantwana bethu ukuthetha nge-chips, abanye bade batye ii-chips, abanye kukutya, okunye kukuzizinto ezi-cheap ezithengiswe ekuhlaleni. Apha eQueenstown yenye yendawo ebe-identifyiwe ene-factories ezicacisile uba yifactory engekho kwibakala elifanelekileyo ngoba urhulumente unemiqathango apho akwazi ukujonga uba ize into yakho uba ifanelekile ibe inikiwe ngokwe-SABS standards. Ndizama ke ukuthi nje imizuzu undibone Speaker nje ndifuna nje la 3 minutes kaMamuzindi. Apho ke we also talk of izinto sithe zi-counterfeit. Uzawuthetha nangamacuba, khona amacuba apha angakho right efana uba akhona. Unotywala obukhoyo obuselwayo ucaba buzawunxelisa kakhulu kanti abukho right buvele kujikwa amanzi. So ezi zinto zininzi besides ukutya ezinye ziyapackagwa, repackage, even nekhoku xa uya kwezi zipaza ziphaya emakhaya. Ezipaza ufika noba yidrink iphofu neentoni kunezinto zimbotyi zintoni na. Unfortunately laa nto ke ine-class because there's a certain class ehleli kulaa nto abakwaziyo uba ngenxa yeproximity epokothweni lakhe umntu afune uba makawuthenga le nto izobe i-cheap and also ifumaneka kufutshane naye engazukhwela. So abanye ke ngeendawo ezikuzo ubukwi-suburbs kwintontoni you've got all these chain stores ezizokunikela ukutya ukujonge kune-dates oba used by akuzukuthengiselwa kakune-date egqithileyo. Ndicinga uba ke ezinye izinto ke zizinto ezisenzele uba kude kube khona ukusweleka kwabantu abaswelekayo ngenxa yezi zinto. Nezinto ezine-illegal mining sinezamazama ngoku apha kude kube khona nabantu angathi banomkhosi kwezi ndawo abakuzo ngendlela ukuba bebethatha ubutyebi bethu nabo abanye ke kunakhona urhano lokuba uninzi lwabo ngabantu basebumelwaneni kula mazwe asebumelwaneni. Kanti naba bathengisa kwezi zipaza kunayo uthiwa noko ingathi kube ngabantu abasebumelwaneni. Esicinga uba ke noko le ndlu yoqingqiso mthetho iza kuzama ikuxhase okokuba ezaa mipoposho 10 kwelaa phepha liluhlaza tata uMampofu kukhona iphepha elilapha phambi kwenu ndenza abantu ngabisaya imipoposho 10 ephaya. Sicela ke ngoku noko nikwazi ukuyixhasa ejongele nokuqinisekisa uba ikhona into esinokwazi ukusincedisa ukuya phambili. Ndiyema apho somlomo obekekileyo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. From the DA, Honorable Cowling. She did indicate that she will use only the 3 minutes, Honorable. Your 9 minutes starts now, Honorable Member.
I'll speak very fast. No. You must wait for that meet. Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, honourable members, officials, guests, welcome to all of you. And good afternoon. Madam Speaker, food poisoning is not a new phenomenon. But food poisoning on the grand scale which was experienced in Ekomani recently is simply shocking and should serve as a massive wake-up call to all departments and officials on whose watch this happened. Had the 122 children in Ekomani who were hospitalized not been lucky enough to survive, can you just imagine the devastating impact on that community? We know that across our province, people are hustling to try and make ends meet. They will cook food, sell gadgets, anything to put food on their table. If they can buy an item more cheaply from one store than another, they will. We all do. It is, however, very mischievous to assume that all these stores are owned by foreign nationals. We cannot point at foreign nationals who may well be legal residents and attempt to place the blame at their feet. That would be highly irresponsible. Not only would such a ploy stoke feelings of xenophobia within our communities, but it would demonstrate the worst form of blame shifting. Madam Speaker, let us focus on the root causes of what is unfolding in our communities. Let us start with the most obvious problem. South Africa no longer has borders. Yes, we have border posts, but for a few $100 you can literally walk into the country almost anywhere you choose. For a bit more, you can bring your luggage. The Department of Home Affairs is one of the most corrupt and dysfunctional in government. Added to that, we have corrupt officials within Home Affairs who, for a small fortune on top of their fat salaries, will manufacture any identity document you may need or require. 3 such thieves were recently arrested in Ekomani, but there are many more out there. Now, Madam Speaker, Minister Bekele says that South Africa has a problem with counterfeit goods and foreign nationals who rent shops to sell these fake and expired goods. This begs the question, what has he done about it? Is he not the very person in charge of cracking down on crime? Criminality is not the fault of the foreign nationals within our borders. That is the fault of a corrupt and ineffective government and police department that have totally lost control of crime in our country and have no political will to fix the mess. While throwing their hands in the air, government callously tells voters to take their future into their own hands. Look at our dysfunctional ports. There too, collapsed controls and corruption thrive. Drugs, people and contraband are shooed into the country for a small bag of cool drink money. Here too, government has lost control while officials get rich on the spoils. These are the real criminals, but once again, there's no political will to take steps against cadres. And while fresh food and imported goods stand rotting at the harbours and our country loses millions a day in export revenue, our people remain hungry and resort to trading with whatever they can find. They are taking the advice of the ANC and taking the future into their own hands. It so turns out that when hustling when you are hungry can be a deadly exercise. When the DA comes into power, we will devolve policing to the provinces in order to streamline and beef up the efficacy of the police force. We will also devolve all port operations to the provinces so that they can effectively manage this critical import and export mechanism to ensure maximum economic benefit to the country and not to the cadres. Let us turn to our municipalities, which carry the responsibility of licensing and inspecting traders, including inspections of food outlets to monitor quality. We know that the Auditor General reported about our collapsed municipalities. There's no capacity, no control, no accountability, and precious few services being rendered to our communities. Sadly, food outlet control seems to be a thing of the past. Madam Speaker, illegal dumping is a direct result of poor municipal waste management. If this were effective, there would be no need for people to dump, as their refuse would be removed regularly. In Chris Hani District, 5 waste management facilities were built to the tune of 36 million rand, and the last time I checked, they were not functional. The infrastructure is there, but it's not being used. This is an indictment on that municipality. Most of our municipalities claim bankruptcy, and yet expensive homes sprout across the province as officials and tenderpreneurs cash in. They do not pay municipal rates and taxes because municipal billing systems have collapsed and citizens are taking the future into their own hands. Illegal sand mining is more complicated, however. Sand falls under the Department of Mineral Resources, who are a national competency. At provincial level, DDEET tries to assist in curbing this scourge. Allegedly, however, councillors and officials are involved, and nothing will stop them from destroying our beaches and riverbanks for profit. Beach sand makes the weakest of all building bricks. So, as disruptive weather events become more common due to climate change, who will be responsible for houses collapsing due to their weak structures? Government has lost control. They have thrown their hands in the air while corrupt officials milk us dry. Having said that, the DA does support this motion because it seeks to address several burning issues in our province and adopts a whole-of-society approach. I would like, however, for the mover to consider adding one further resolution that reads as follows: that the DDEET Portfolio Committee conduct thorough oversight visits to waste management facilities in the province to gauge whether these facilities are being used optimally to combat the scourge of illegal dumping. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Cowley. EFF, Honourable Kotoi. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Enkosi, Honorable Speaker, mandithathe eli xesha ndibulise umalungu wendlu wisomthetho, ndibulise iindwendwe zethu ezilapha, ndibulise abantwana bethongo, ndithi kubo camaku. Bantwana funeka nibone ukuba kunjani kule ndawo abazali benu bakuyo. Section 24 the Constitution of Mzansi Africa provides that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have the environment protected for the benefit of the present and future generations. The National Environment Act of 1998 gives effect of this constitutional right by providing in its preamble that everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. The National Environment Act provides that the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the social, economic, and environmental rights of everyone and strive to meet the basic needs of previously disadvantaged communities. The Act further notes that inequality in the distribution of wealth and resources and the resultant poverty are among the important cause, as well as the result of environmental harmful practices. The constitutional right to an environment that is not harmful to the health and well-being of people is granted to everyone, including the poor and the vulnerable. The serious implications of illegal dumping sites includes the destruction of national vegetation, health hazards, contribute to climate change and global warming. Ndatsho ndacinga ke MEC Fund xa usithi sifuna umhlaba wethu nothi ezigadi. What is unfortunate is that these risks are mostly experienced by the poorest of the poor. Residents of Zusake area in the informal settlement of Amtata, Krisani area, Ngangelizo Township, are examples of communities which have experienced these challenges. It is for this reason that there must be concrete and urgent steps taken to address these challenges and ensure that our environments are protected for the benefit of the present and future generations. Failure to do so amounts to a violation of Constitution as well as the National Environmental Management Act. That is the reason why EFF launched the Unrestatane Cleanup Campaign. Ingokokuba ibakhathalele abantu base Eastern Cape, ikukhathalele ucoceko. If ever abantu are responsible for going and check kwezi venkile into kokuba kuthengiswa ukutya right na, health inspectors esikhule zikhona sisenza umsebenzi okufaneleyo abantwana bethu namhlanje ngebengafi ngokutya izinto ezi-expirishileyo kwezi ndawo. Sithi ke siyi-EFF siyayisupporta, but i-health inspectors, they must go and inspect whatever they must inspect kwezi venkile. U-2024 is our 1994.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kotoy. Honorable Saziwa from the ANC, your 14 minutes starts now.
Jumbo, Honorable Speaker, Jumbo members. Let me acknowledge leaders of political parties in this House, Honorable Berger, Honorable Yago Berger, Honorable Nelson Mampuf, Honorable Zelindi Levena, Honorable Bobby Stevenson. All of these are being led by our Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Loyiso Magashela. Kamaphakathi akho onke kala. Speaker, because of time, I've been requested to cut my speech. But I won't do it without having clarified the misrepresentation that has been done or made by some of our colleagues. They must understand the slogan that says, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, whether they liked it or not. The motion here talks about two critical issues: illicit and fake, as well as counterfeit goods, which are inclusive of foodstuffs. Second, it talks about a matter that affects the environment, whose continued exacerbation is not going to stop the global warming that we are facing as the world, not only South Africa. Bakhona ke abalinde mhlasaphatha. We are talking about here now. What we have seen in a campaign driven by the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism in trying to mitigate against these illicit, counterfeit, and illegal goods, talks to the government of the ANC at work. That's why we are saying then, Honorable MEC, together with the MEC for Community Safety, continue that task to defend our people. We are aware that this is a result of the work of our former colonial powers and imperialists, whose main agenda is to exploit our natural resources in order to grow their own economies. Because behind these, you'll find that they've been supplied by them. That's why we're saying then, part of a mitigating strategy will be to increase penalties against those that are found to be embarking upon this heinous act. Because our Consumer Protection Act is the legislation that is able to guide and help our people to be able to identify goods that are not of fair value, are not of good quality, and are not safe. As ANC, we are clear that the issue of counterfeit goods is not only affecting our African brothers that are coming to our shore, but it's also being done by other people that are coming from Europe. That's why we are against this preoccupation of saying it is only Africans that are doing this act. Even those that are coming from other continents are doing it. But because they're coming from what is considered to be better continents, we don't shout about it. That's why we're saying the compliances that must be done must not be limited to the following: that the verification of the instruments used in manufacturing of these goods, the prepackaging of these goods with incorrect markings, and products without manufacturer's addresses or quantity statements that are not clearly stated. The counterfeit cigarettes, male sexual enhancers, male sexual enhancers, energy boosters, lighters, clothing, bags, skin lightening creams, and Schedule II medicines that are sold without licenses nor pharmaceutical registration. We also encourage the department to conduct the business operations throughout the province, not only in the identified areas. We're saying that, Speaker, there's nothing that is disturbing like having to learn about allegations that foreign nationals do not bank their money in our financial institutions. And also that they have warehouses with counterfeit goods that they sell to our people. And these goods are not from local chain stores, of which that destroys our economy, and law enforcement agencies must play their part in this regard. On the second part of the motion that our Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Fihlani, has raised, we say as the ANC, the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism must establish stakeholder relationships with district municipalities which support the local municipalities in fighting the illegal dumping through the involvement of communities through awareness workshops within the municipalities. We note with concern that our people, especially in the rural areas and townships, have livestock which must eat grass and drink water from the rivers that are polluted due to illegal dumping of waste on livestock, and this is very dangerous. We're saying in order to fight this bad behavior, we need this august house to place high penalties on individuals and big businesses that are conducting and polluting the environment in line with the current COP28 resolutions that are taking place currently in the United Arab Emirates. We are also pleased as the ANC that the provincial recycling strategy that has been developed anchors recycling economy in the Eastern Cape so as to create sustainable green jobs, where small, medium enterprises participate and achieve a cleaner environment. We believe that this will contribute to our economic growth through job creation. We also plead with the department to make sure that small, medium enterprises are supported through financial and non-financial resources to expand their businesses and employ more people. We are aware that the department has a shortage of budget, but we are pleased to note the current 4 strategies, if not 6, that the department is embarking upon. That the department must continue to hold quarterly waste management officers forum where information is shared to build capacity, monitor compliance with waste management legislation, and offer technical support to challenges experienced by municipalities. Support municipal cleaning and greening initiatives through programs such as the annual Greenest Municipality Awards, School Environmental Awards, municipal waste management projects funded through EPWP. Facilitate the purchase of specialized vehicles for waste management through Municipal Infrastructure Grant Fund to improve and extend municipal waste services to unserviced areas. To host targeted waste management training, cleanup campaigns, waste education and awareness sessions throughout the province. That we must embark upon media campaigns through local community radio stations and billboard messaging in all districts as well as throughout the province. And that we must continue to licensing and registering of waste handling facilities such as landfills, waste storage facilities, recycling, composting facilities, and buyback centers. We believe that with these measures, we can cause a dent in addressing both the issue of illicit goods as well as, illegal dumping. With this, we move for the acceptance of the motion as presented by Honorable Fihlani. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Saziwa. We call upon Honorable MEC Mvoko. Your 10 minutes starts now, Acting Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, all honorable members of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen, our sole guests. Fortunately, zombini ezingxaki izibekwe apha somlomo zingangxaki ezingasoze zijikwe ngurhulumente, zingxaki ezifuna intsebenziswano ekuhlaleni. Akukho mapolisa, akukho department yaze ifeze ezingizifeze izingxaki zombini ingekho intsebenziswano nasekuhlaleni. Onke amalinge okuzama ukusombulula ezingxaki afuna into yokuba sonke sisondelelane. Kufuneka sibe nephulo lokungena ekuhlaleni sifundise abantu, singene ezikolweni sifundise abantwana, inkosi sizisondeze zibe nenxaxheba, abenkonzo bathathe inxaxheba. Nditsho ke yonke loo nto ukubonisa into yoba le ngxaki sijongene nayo soze urhulumente ayifeze noba angasebenzisa amapolisa aze namajoni kuba azathi xa esuka amajoni abantu baphinde baqale kulaa ndawo bakuyo baphume nento bayithi iplastic yabezeleyo bayilahle phaa kuba kaloku akho mntu ikhathaleleyo. Ndisho ukuthi ke into efuna a collective effort by urhulumente kunye nabahlali. Kodwa ke as DDIT we have a responsibility to mobilize and maximize efficiency of waste management services in the Eastern Cape, thereby improving the quality of life of citizens. As such case also, we do have a plan. It is called the Integrated Waste Management Plan of 2022 to 2026, whose purpose is to present a unified approach to waste management and identify projects which can improve waste management in the province. ASBNE, we do have a provincial recycling strategy which is in place as part of the integrated waste management plan to anchor recycling economy in the Eastern Cape to create sustainable green jobs, to assist SMME participation and achieve a cleaner environment. We have availed funds to the value of 5.7 million rand for waste management activities. This includes the rehabilitation of the waste disposal sites to the value of 2.6 million rand. And in this regard, we have signed a service level agreement with the municipalities that are affected. Honorable Saziwa pointed clearly what we are doing with the limited resources as DDIT to deal with the challenges at hand. And I'm not going to repeat that. On the second challenge of Honorable Speaker of counterfeit, illicit and expired goods, they are a huge challenge in our country. They are detrimental to the safety of vulnerable consumers and the economy of the country. They drain the global economy. They jeopardize innovation, investment. They undermine legitimate businesses. They pose a risk to consumers in terms of health and safety. Now, as the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, through the Business Regulation Governance, and which we call GRAB, and the Office of the Consumer Protector, we are mandated to develop, implement, and promote measures that ensure the rights and interests of consumers are protected in the province. And as means to execute that mandate, we have been involved in several compliance inspections and educational awareness campaigns across the province, working together with stakeholders across all spheres of government that strive to tackle illegal and illicit trade, especially in the townships and villages. Le plan ke sesiyenza sesibe ne joint business compliance inspections esibizayo. Benazo eAlfredzo, sabanazo eChrisani, benazo eJoqabi. Kwezo ndawo omasipala basikhombe khona. Kule veki sithetha nje iteam yethu eyalento ise OR Town. Sifumene ne-invitation ngoku yasesara Department to conduct a similar campaign. Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is that there needs to be a joint task team as a formal structure at a provincial level that must be established to fight this challenge. Our belief is that the more multifaceted our joint operations are, the better we can address the challenge. The impact of multidisciplinary compliance approach in any operation cannot be underestimated. It is not only yielding positive outcomes, but continues to prove the importance of integration of services and possibility of strengthened stakeholder relations in execution of different organizational mandates. There's also a great need of involvement of National Credit Regulator and National Consumer Commission for execution of their respective mandates, especially on clothing and textile. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the draft resolution. I also put the draft resolution with an amendment from the DA. I unfortunately don't have because I thought I would read it out. So the draft resolution as tabled by Honorable Fihlane is carried. Honorable members, that concludes therefore the debate on this matter and the business for the day. Just to remind members that we are having a dinner for honorable members. We know it has been a long day, but all honorable members are invited to attend that. Honorable members, just as a word, I have listened to the debates and was privileged today, although I could not be in the beginning. But I want us all to take a message or something that we must think about. We are the legislatures. And in all of the motions that have been tabled here today, possibly we need to go back and look at our laws and scrutinize those laws that needs to be strengthened. I think one of the areas that the Honorable Konza has raised today, that it's not so much as coming up with new things, it's actually implementation and looking at the strengthening of those laws. And if we look at our constitutional mandate, the area of legislation, that I think it's an area that we really need to seriously look at. It's an area that is this provincial legislature we are not that strong on, because we do have the power to come into this and to put forth new legislation and review those legislations in the ambit of the provincial legislature, just as a thought, honorable members, in that respect. The House will adjourn, therefore, until the 12th of December 2023, virtually at 10 a.m. to consider the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2023, as well as that at that point we will then have farewell festive season messages from all of the political parties. The House is therefore adjourned. Thank you.